so fucking back.
Oh my god! No way!
The menu is so clean, man.
The quality of the character models is through the roof. C's has never looked better in my opinion.
Like I said at the beginning, I think Persona 3 Reload sets a new standard for the series, and it's probably the best entry to date.
Why am I playing like a horror game? It actually feels like a horror game. Like it does. This does not. This was not the vibe I was expecting.
Yeah, I don't think so. Persona 3 Reload has been one of the most overrated yet underanalyzed remake I've seen during my time gaming. Now sure, there are already a lot of analysis and critique videos out there already that may sound contradictory to the point I'm making. However, I can't seem to find one that was able to clearly portray how much the game has really changed. Because this game really did change in a massive way in terms of how you experience the game, despite having the same story due to its supporting elements such as aesthetics, character portrayal. The story experience itself was altered despite sharing almost the same script as FES did, which in turn challenges Atlus's claim of Reload being a faithful remake, and despite them bringing back some of the original developers to help with the development of this game. This may be just autistic rambling, but after a year of playing Reload and FES, there's just so many changes that makes me really question if they were really trying to recapture the spirit and intent of the original game, or trying to completely write over it and replace it for something more marketable for a broader audience. With that being said, this will be a comparative critique of Persona 3 Reload's faithfulness against Persona 3 FES regarding how much it has changed to the point of contradicting the original game's experience. This review is made by me, who was a fan of the original game, or rather FES that is, and have experienced the remake, but is relatively new to the series as I've only been into Persona since 3 years ago, as well as a friend who will be assisting me throughout this video who is also a newer fan but has since preferred the original renditions of the game. That'll be Yukurx, who will be the one co-hosting.
Hi, my name is Yu Narukami, but you can call me Narukami if you want. I got into the series 2 years ago via Persona 4 Golden. But it was right around the time when the Reload came around, and I tended to notice that people were, calling it the definitive remake, which in my experience, after looking through everything via Persona 3 and my current playthrough of FES, I don't really think that this remake fulfills its purpose as being the definitive version of Persona 3 via its narrative, gameplay, and how it generally tends to represent its characters via the flanderization with certain scenes.
Would you like me to help wake you up? I'm sure a nice chill would help scare away the drowsiness.
Bruh.
Slight disclaimer, this video assumes that you already know the story of Persona 3 and what Persona 3 is, so expect spoilers, and also expect spoilers for Portable 4 and 5 since they also became collateral damage in the comparisons. And also do not harass anyone in this video, please do not. Oh, and since this is a very new kind of video compared to what I usually make, this may end up becoming longer than it should or less entertaining due to its length. But let me know that there will be a lot of complaining about Reload, but I feel like the extreme length that this video will have is gonna have to be justified because we have to be thorough about this critique. And since it'll be a thorough critique of the remake, feel free to skip to the parts you want to skip to using the chapter feature. But if you want the full story, it's recommended to watch this video in full. Oh, and also don't expect this review to go too in-depth with the gameplay because this critique will be mostly covering the story experience of the game with how much Reload has tried to change it with its supporting elements. And it will be a little bit repetitive in its complaints, but I think it is necessary since it just speaks volume on how much Atlus has tried to actively change the game's elements to the point where it affects the story experience. Keep that in mind. And with that being said, let us begin this deep dive into Elizabeth's panties. Since this is a remake after all, Atlus decided to give the game a visual overhaul as expected. They upped the resolution, remade the cutscenes, and overall the UI, character animations, its models, as well as their portraits. The problem, however, is with its overhaul, it came with the problem of replacing the old art style of the game. The new art style Reload was aiming for was a more colorful and stylish, which explains why the overworld, including the dorms, is extremely vibrant, with the mall being extremely reflective thanks to the power of RTX. They also imported some of Persona 5's stylishness to the UI and animations, which explains why battle animations are also flashy in of itself, as well as having a crap ton of particle effects, especially with using Theurgy skills, and it just looks extremely flashy. as well as having a familiar looking HUD and all-out attack finisher screens to boot. The pause menu was also given an overhaul, having a new water motif look to it, which I guess can be interpreted as the Sea of Souls or probably Rebirth, while borrowing some elements of Persona 5's UI when portraying the protagonist in the menu. As a matter of fact, it actually does look like P5. In addition, they also gave cinematics a more cleaner and more modern look to it. And then for the in-game portraits, they gave everyone, including you, a new fresh coat of paint for the portraits. Everyone now looks very vibrant and more high-res. This may look good on paper, but the problem is when it comes to the faithfulness of the story as well as the art style of the original game. The original game's art style relied on dark, gloomy, and surrealistic elements to complement the story's intended tone, and most of it, if not all of it, was lost in translation. The entire overworld in total was more desaturated and dark to complement a more moody feel to the game, and the same goes for the character portraits, along with being more expressive as it shows off more of their torso. This also has several story implications on how characters are portrayed, but that's saved for a different chapter. The animations for the battle of this game is also way less stylish, and well, sometimes comical with the all-out attack loud. And I think it fits Seas a lot well because Seas was never supposed to be flashy and they never were supposed to have this flashy stylish look to them. They were always more down to earth and a little bit less competent, especially when compared to the Phantom Thieves. Since Seas are a group of crash outs, then it makes even more sense why they don't have a flashy or stylish feel to their combat, because they were never supposed to be flashy or stylish.
Think of it? It's all your fault. You raised it, damn it. This is all your fault.
It just fits FES more than whatever Reload had. Not only that, but in terms of animations, their animations could also tell a story. And one of them that was lost was with some of MAKOTO's animations in combat, where he is seen to be spinning the evoker like his revolver Ocelot, which means that he actually enjoys the battle, and also has a animation where he uses a fusion spell and he takes the massive front of the recoil. And also what I'm basically saying is that not only are the animations a bit more simpler, but they were more edgier as well, and that is good. Even the UI itself is more grittier, edgy, and darker. Yeah, with the main menu being mysterious in its appearance, with an extremely hazy presentation to it that gives off a mysterious feel compared to how Reload does it. And then the battle UI itself, instead of looking like trying to rip off Persona 5, it now takes form of a revolver cylinder, which symbolizes the obvious evoker usage and gives off the edgy feel to it, but that was actually very fucking iconic and it was removed. Well, kinda still there, but still.
The original pause menu was also more minimalistic in style, but not only that, but I rather prefer this one thanks to its own uniqueness to it. However, one thing I cannot truly confirm is if this was really supposed to be about water, because one source says that the OG UI's blue was supposed to represent water, but then other sources say otherwise. Not to mention that there's this interview that claims that the UI was inspired by Flash websites, and even though I will admit that the remix UI is beyond the Flash design, I can kinda see the Flash inspirations on the OG menu itself, since it kinda does look like some websites at the time. Either way, Reload's menu is once again not bad, it's just that I rather prefer the original one over its authenticity, and also probably due to its original intent, wherever that may be.
Another thing that was lost in translation with the art style change was the loss of the surrealism aspect. This can be found in cutscenes, but also in the in-game battles and boss fights with how trippy the background looks. And it kind of looks like it represents Caesar's more psychological side to them, or represent more nuanced things like how you should feel in the current location of a boss fight, as well as acting as some sort of a aesthetical checkpoint for the game. Hell, it sometimes has some symbolism, such as the fight with Nyx being black and white representing the color of the Grim Reaper, or with the final floors of Tartarus feeling like a journey to the top of a big mountain. While we're discussing how great everything looks with the surrealism aspect, I also want to talk about how ugly some of the new visuals in Reload is.
You think this is funny?
In a cosmic sort of way, yes.
Well, Mr. Funny Man, is this how you get your sick kicks?
What? It's just an ordinary crabby... Oh my goodness!
Too many of the overworld environments is just too oversaturated or overblown with colors. Sometimes you even have a fucking shit piss filter. Some areas don't even have shadows anymore, such as the doors, which literally looks like fucking Fortnite. Even the beach looks like fucking Fortnite.
Fortnite.
or the nightclub being completely blue.
Why are you blue?
And their ugliness even gets worse in the dark hour, where some of the Tartarus blocks just looks flat out ugly to look at, with side looking more browner than fucking Most Wanted. And then when you look at the Full Moon Operation boss arenas and also the environment, it just looks completely fucking KIWAMI. Fucking why though? How the fuck does a PS2 game have better graphics? As a matter of fact, I will leave a mini collage or a montage of some sort of the Full Moon operations right here to show what I mean about how blander the operation locations really are, and made it lose a lot of its fucking nuance thanks to the KIWAMI filter. Especially something like the Nyx fight, where it went from apocalyptic to just fucking green. Or how Straga's final battle, which I don't need to re-explain. And look, I am running this on high settings without RTX, but this shouldn't mean the game should look this bad. Hell, I even turned it on certain areas of the game to have a fair judgment on how it fucking looks, and it just shits on the goddamn performance. Another thing I wanted to cover is about how they use the new animations for this game. Even though the animations themselves look quite good in battle, even though, you know, this doesn't portray Cs as accurately as characters, one thing that I had noticed is that they didn't seem to have that many animations for the in-game dialogue events, which means that the dialogue events in this game just looks much more flatter with less motion going on, and just makes it feel less cinematic. However, I have more on that way later on in the video about how the dialogue events looks like shit. That's way later, man. Another thing that was downgraded was the fucking cutscenes in this game. Not all of them are ugly, but the artistry behind them certainly is lost. It no longer looks so realistic, but I already said that earlier now, didn't I? Oh yeah, the cutscenes are also censored too. God damn, what a fucking mess. I can't even break it down here. But TLDR, the new cutscenes just look fucking generic to me, and lost the touch of what made the original ones look so better, which was the darkness to it. But we'll go more in depth about what's really wrong with these cutscenes way later in this video, since this is not for that chapter, so this is just a TLDR. Another thing that I also want to point out before I move on a bit is that I want to mention that even though Reload's models are indeed more high res, they also gave a little bit of censorship to it, like as shown here with the girls being flattened in their fan service outfits, which just looks fucking dumb, because seeing girls in bikinis is awesome, and of course bonus points is they're fucking thick, and now they're just fucking flat. And all these flaws is just fucking stupid, because they actually did some improvements in certain parts of the game, such as the end-game aesthetics, where at the school there are now cherry blossoms that are, well, blossoming, unlike in the original game where they ain't. This actually adds a little bit more symbolism to the story, since, you know, Sakura, something death, something in fucking Japanese culture, whatever. I'm not a fucking philosophical motherfucker, alright? However, it does look good and does fit the game more, and it is a fix on the aesthetics. Oh yeah, another thing is that I do like how the main menu actually changed after you beat the game. That one was actually a nice touch. I just wish that the new regular main menu was horror focused like the original game did. There is also the game finally turning desaturated around January, which means that Atlus actually had the capability to make the art style be more faithful while applying some more fixes. And on the topic of fucking faithfulness, when we talk about the pause menu, they actually had beta concept art where the old UI designs that they were planning to add into the game were more darker. Not to mention, one of them actually resembles FES's art style for the fucking menus, and it made me wonder why the fuck didn't they use this? So this means that Atlus had the capability to actually make everything more faithful. And all in all, because of the changes that Reload did to the atmosphere, which not only made the game unfaithful or contradictory to its story tones and what have you, as well as its original intention, but it also fucking replaced it as a result. And I will admit, some of it does look good, but at the end of the day, it is not faithful to how the original game is intended to feel with its original atmosphere. And then they fucking made it more uglier, of course, as well as losing some of the other nuances like surrealism or more down-to-earth combat animations that fit C's much better considering their situation, or, you know, being a timepiece. And it just makes me feel quite pissed off at it, because it's just a misuse of good potential, because Atlus has obviously shown that they could have done it in a more different, more faithful way without this bullshit. And you know what, and all of it just rubs me off the wrong fucking way, It makes me hate the way Atlus treated the old atmosphere of the game. It's like they just treat the old atmosphere as something to be fucking replaced. About that replacement issue, yeah, this will be a reoccurring trend you will see later on in this video. So all in all, despite the technical improvements, yeah, no, Reload doesn't hit the mark in terms of faithfulness to the original game's aesthetic, and also fuck censorship. Besides, they removed the hee-ho effect from the Jack Brothers fusion spell in Reload, so clearly, FES already sweeps here by default. Already off to an amazing start. But in all seriousness though, do you guys really think that a brighter, more colorful, more flashier aesthetic fits a dark fucking story? Like, I'm gonna save you guys like all that 10 minutes that I just yapped up around there. Like, we're already off to a great fucking start.
If you have any, don't worry, I'm invincible, so legendary. If I fall down, I'm gonna get back up, right back up, man, to where I left off. I won't be caught, but I feel the battle because I got my crew on my back. That shit sucks! Damn!
Now, this will probably get my ass roasted, but I just want to get this off my chest. But I think that Reload's new song roster is very mid and very mixed. With that being said, I am not a professional audio guy. I'm not an audio engineer. But I'm going to list off the reasons of why I think that Reload's new renditions of the songs and their newly added songs just make me feel mixed overall about how they executed their OST, with some of them being ultimately unfaithful to how the original game portrayed its story, or just sounding quite bad at times. I have two main problems. The first is a less impactful emotional delivery, and the second one is that the new songs and some of the new remixes doesn't fit the tone and story of the game, and it creates a tonal disconnect. And also, I will not be covering every single song in here because originally I was supposed to, but it just ended up being a fucking mess. But without further ado, I think it's time to get on the tism spectrum on this.
Guess we'll get started.
So what Atlus was trying to do when creating the new OST for the game was that they also tried to spice up the old songs by remixing, and for the most part they do sound more clear. However, there are issues. They got rid of some of the nuances that made the songs feel more impactful and more memorable, and this range from how the game is mixed with its instruments, as well as having some problems with the new vocalist and some new lyrics, which can fuck up some storytelling nuances as well. But I'll only go in deep with that for some songs because the rest are just following the trend of having less impactful vocals or less impactful instruments and some other fucking nuance. And with that being said, let's begin with something strong. Alright, now we get onto mass destruction. Now, despite the song sounding a lot more clearer, one of the things that you're gonna notice is that it replaces trumpets and gave the focus of the trumpets to the fucking frog noises. So now this became frog destruction. But not only that, but the trumpets themselves just feel a lot less weighty. It was just given a flat out nerf. And then to further contribute to this loss of impact are the vocals. Now, to be fair, Lotus Juice's rapping and his rhymes, they're fine. He is flowing well, alright? He's like Mad Dog in GTA San Andreas with that.
Shadow 10 o'clock direction, seize the moment, it destroy the nation. Round slow motion, give me motivation. Freak out now, get on the ride. Shadow 10 o'clock direction, seize the moment, it destroy the nation. You run slow motion, give me motivation. Freak out now, and get on the rival. Round up around.
My problem is with the vocalist instead. With the vocalist, they replace Yumi with Azumi. And as a result, she kind of lost her signature aggression through her voice. I don't know how to put it, but it just sounds like she lost it. with the way she sings baby baby is now replaced with baby baby, and then with her dun 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 is now just down 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 or whatever. And it just kind of makes the song feel a lot less weighty because her voice just doesn't sound as powerful. And I don't really need to get more in depth in this because it really just doesn't sound good at all. It's just really bad. It just sounds like a fucking joke, to be honest. Number 2, Battle for Everyone's Souls. Alright, now I will admit, this song has a lot more musical depth to it, despite being just a loop of like a minute or so in both versions of the game. So I will make special exception to this song where I analyze the song a lot more in detail. To Reload's credit, this game has a stronger guitar opening where it feels a bit more louder, which is around the 0 seconds to 25 second mark. However, where it falls off hard is around the build-up portion, which is around 26 seconds to 1 minute and 17, where in the OG game, there is this uplifting trance-like synthesizer that plays momentarily until we just see this build-up effect, I don't know how to really describe it, where it blends in the percussions and guitar quite well, with violins and loud pianos that is reminiscent of the Velvet Room theme motif. It gives off this powerful, motivating feel, and really hypes you up for the battle. The build-up was just really that fucking good, and really makes you feel amped up to fight Nyx. And then you just have the real version just fucks it. At this point, it just feels flat without the synthesizers, and even the piano feels light. The entire session of this build-up portion of the song just feels overall flatter. Then around the 1 minute and 42 mark, which is the real the soul portion of the song, in the original game you can hear the vocals clearly, as it takes a spotlight with this echo-like mixing that kind of feels like the cry of the soul against Nyx. Hence the echoey nature of it. Yeah, look at that, some fucking storytelling, wowie fucking zowie. But then in Reload, it just fucks with it. Barely hear the vocals of the Aria of the Soul playing here. It just sounds like a fucking mess. Because it sounds like the guitars and violin are just drowning it out. And finally, we get to the looping action part, where the song dies down a bit, where it tries to prepare for a loop. Which is kinda supposed to represent how long this fight really is, and also a bit of Cease's mid-battle fatigue around the 2 minutes and 21 second mark. The OG version had the more distorted guitars, and even some deliberate imperfection in it, where it just sounds like someone was tugging on a string but no guitar noise is coming out. I would just show it here in this edit with a visual assistance marker to show you what I mean. And it really gives off this exhausted feel to this song. So it really does feel like it's representative of Cease's battle fatigue. But then when you go look at Reload's version with the louder guitars and drums, it just kind of felt like it doesn't have the nuance of the old song anymore. So the reason I went a little bit more on the autism spectrum on this song specifically is because I think that the instrumentation of the song tells a story. Now I could say that also goes for other songs in the game. It's just this one felt like it has the most amount of storytelling to it with how it presented its instruments. Like for example, the uplifting trance-like state at the beginning of the song feels like it represents Cease hyping themselves up for the battle, with a climax of the area of the soul representing their true willpower as a group before tiring the fuck out around the looping action part. I know that other YouTubers has already covered this song in this much detail like with Lady Virgilia, but I wanted to toss in my 2 cents into this. The reason I am doing this is because I think that Battle for Everyone's Souls is one of the more influential and memorable songs for me personally, and it still pisses me off that because they changed the instrumentation of the songs and even making it lose some of that little nuances that they had during the song itself with how they play the instruments, it felt like a little bit of storytelling got fucking muddy, and it's just fucking stupid because they just changed it, keep changing things that weren't supposed to be changed. Yeah, I just don't like this song. Anyways, moving on. I've been way too autistic about this fucking song. The Reload version is just way too fucking flaccid anyway. I don't know why they keep doing this. This is already becoming a fucking trend. The next one would be Burn My Dread Last Battle, but that's gonna be probably going to be the last song I'll go autistic on because I'm burning up too much time on this. Hell, originally this video was even supposed to compare both the in-game mixes and the in-album versions, but unfortunately, I had technical difficulties doing that. Alright, number 3, Burn My Dread Final Battle. Holy shit, yeah, they fucked this one up. Now this will be the final song I'll be autistic about before I summarize my thoughts on the rest of the songs. But I don't know where to even start off with this. The original version's rendition was simply energetic and was accompanied by distorted drums, extremely fast rap lyrical flow, and Yumi's fierce echoey vocals. And that was just a chef's kiss on top, and it made it perfectly aggressive in its presentation. The Reload's version just missed the damn mark by a country mile and sounds way too goddamn soft and not as grungy or as powerful as it used to, with a combination of having problems with the vocals, such as with Lotus Juice being out of breath constantly, and as well as being off rhythm with his rapping. That makes him sound like OG Loc, and Azumi just having too soft of a voice and lost that echo effect to her vocals and just sounds weak, period. And overall, it just makes the song just lose a lot of energy instead.
I will.
There's no man's man, no man ever survived. Invisible hands are behind you just now. If you ever been that race against rage, then you can't cause it's no man's land. Masters in heavy rain, ultimately fame. Make shots slave, what they done is in vain. Calling AK-47 7, 24/7, but you got 11 persecuted by heaven. Comes in a direction, no indication. You got to let it move first, let it out, let it down, let it inside, let loose, let it in, depress. Let's get it up. Then what you gonna do is drop the hammer down. Drop rhyme, drop hammer, take it like a labor. You got blood all over, ash all over. Spit it out, some game's over. Yeah, the time's now. Burn my dread in the dream, I'm fearless now. I'm pretending to be no pain to see. From the bottom of my heart, I'm ready to seize the day. Cause I know in your heart there's a spot for me. Believing in the gave me possibilities. It's more like a gift that I don't deserve. So I gotta give it back to you by all means. By all means necessary. Anybody else to y'all is secondary. Time's running out if you have any. Don't worry, I'm invincible, so legendary. If I fall down, I'm gonna get back up. Right back up, man, to where I left off. Won't be caught, but I feel the battle because I got my crew on my back. You know I've already.
Damn, man, this lyrics is horrible.
What the fuck did they even do? Hell, it even changed the way the song is supposed to be interpreted in my eyes. Because my interpretation is that this is supposed to be the last-ditch effort song for C's, but also one that symbolizes finality as well. So it explains why it sounded so aggressive with lyrics that just focus on amping you up for the fight, and Yumi's vocals having the echo effect on it as well, as if it was to symbolize a sense of finality in the vocals, and it was fucking perfect. Just like the previous song, that storytelling symbolism is just fucking lost. Not only thanks to the more flaccid performance, but also the way they're trying to change the song's lyrics into the power of friendship bullshit rather than amping you up, and it just turns out into this weaker experience that doesn't sound very final, nor as powerful or as fierce as it used to be. Alright, so next up, I just want to rapid fire the rest of the battle songs since there's just way too many for me to cover it way in depth. But I'll just say that it follows a similar pattern to the previous songs we saw prior, where it just feels off, sounds weaker, or lost some sort of storytelling nuance to it, or some other fucking nuance to it, or any subtleties to it. And it just makes the song overall just feel like it's missing something, and just overall weaker. But I won't really hog up much of your time now, so let's just get into it. So the next one I want to cover is Master of Tartarus, and this is the one that is usually played around a Tartarus boss fight. The original soundtrack had a more distorted drums to it that felt powerful, and had more echoey vocals compared to Reload, as well as having this sick intro, I don't know how to call it. And also another thing is that the vocals have lost their echoey effect, and of course I'd much rather prefer Yumi's vocals, as you will see shortly. Though to Reload's credit, they did improve on the guitars, but just not everything else. Then we have Unavoidable Battle, which is supposed to be Straga's and Elizabeth's theme songs. And once again, it has weird mixing where the percussions are just fucking bad now. Kinda ruins how smooth the song really feels in the long run. Alright, next up, Master Shadows. Now, I don't really mind the new synthesizer work for this song. However, what I do mind on the other hand is the crappier vocals. And that's pretty much the only part that's bad about this song, as far as I can see. Not to mention, aside what is that I want to add in is that Yumi's voice is overall more feminine in her performance, in case you guys didn't notice it compared to Azumi. And that pretty much sums up the fucking battle songs I wanted to cover. And boy oh boy, It's what the fuck did they even do with this? And I guess it's time for the overworld, huh? Okay, now before I continue to the overworld songs, I will say overall songs are okay-ish, but still they have lost some of their nuance to them that made them special in the first place. And they do still feel kind of off as well. Iwatodai Dorms. Okay, now this one I'm definitely gonna catch flack for. But I definitely do not like the new Lotus Series version of this song. This just sounds tired and bored when doing this. Somehow, in my opinion, and in my opinion only, I think the original version, and with its stock use of its lyrics, is kind of better now that I think about it, due to how bored Lotus just sounds like here.
If you wanna go ahead, free to do whatever. I'm chilling on my bed. I'm out in my biz, so mind your own biz. Whatever like is, we gon' flow with this set. So dance, while I put you in a trance. Let's party, boogie in your body. Want that body, make sure you don't hurt nobody. I say hey, hey, hey.
Alright, so I'm gonna leave this off a little bit here because I am just going to start showing and not telling what these songs are with my voice, because there's so many fucking things that got changed. You know, in terms of the overworld songs, I think the vocals usually just bring it down. However, at certain points, there are some pros and cons with how they mixed it. Certain instruments are better, but then sometimes not. But it's usually just the vocals that drags it the fuck down. But since the things that they change is so nuanced, I can't fucking document this fucking properly. I really cannot. But what I can say is that for me personally, the vocals are the biggest downgrade. So I'm just gonna let this fucking play out. And that is it for the remixes, and wow, they kind of fumbled most of it, or at least half of it, because most of them just sound off, some of them just sound weak, and just overall just not that good. It's not as good or as consistent in quality as the original songs were. Sure, they are now more mixed more cleanly, but as a result we lose out on how impactful those songs are or how memorable they used to be. Whether it's because the instrumental mixes or the vocals, it just affects it when you listen to the song. It even sometimes affects the storytelling behind that song. Why is it so fucking inconsistent in fucking quality? I thought they did well on this shit. I guess not. Now I will say that the battle songs are a lot more worse off than the overworld ones, because I wouldn't really say that the overworld ones are bad. I just say that they're just let down by more of the same mishaps, especially the vocals this time. But at least for the most part, it was just the vocals, because the instrumentations, even though some of them did sound off, I don't mind them too much as the vocals, because to me that was more or less the bigger contributing factor to why I kind of still feel like the overall music is still off. But we still have more issues. So while we talked about how fucking inconsistent in quality the remixes are for the game, I guess it's time to cover the new songs and some of the new remixes itself, huh? Because there is a tonal shift with the way they want to present the story through the usage of the new OST. We were just talking about some shit about the inconsistent mixing quality and quality overall, as well as storytelling nuances of the remixes earlier. But I think what I'm gonna say here proves that Atlus wants to make the songs feel overall more different than what the story is supposed to stand for, both in storytelling nuances but also in their tonal cohesion with the story and feel of this game. Now, don't get me wrong, the new songs do sound good, but they create a tonal disconnect, except for one song that I absolutely hate. The first song I wanted to cover was Full Moon Full Life compared to Burn My Dread. Full Moon Full Life features a more happier and hopeful lyrics and instrumentals, with lyrics that I interpret to be Caesar's more hopeful willpower to go through his life's uncertainties. Meanwhile, Burn My Dread featured more darker, grimmer, and aggressive lyrics that tells a story about fighting the fear of death, as well as describing some of the usual experiences you will have during the dark hour, with Makoto's not giving a fuck attitude and being a beastmaster in combat along with his fucking willpower showing up in the damn lyrics. And even though I know that Burn My Dread and Full Moon Full Life actually shares some same structure, like it starts off as calm and then ramps up to be more aggressive, overall it honestly feels like Burn My Dread is a lot more aggressive, more raw, and more fitting in the themes of the game. Especially when you consider the factors that there are literally times in the game where things look very hopeless. Way more hopeless than whatever really wanted to portray the story to be. Alright, here, I'm gonna do a little short comparison here about how the aggressive yet hopeful section feels like for both songs, as just one example, since we need to actually get a move on here. I'm burning up time, but I hope this is actually clear enough for people to understand what I mean about it being more hopeful. Then this hopeful trend continues onwards with Disturbing the Piss, or rather it's going down now. Now, even though I hate its repetition, I will admit it is a good song to listen to, just repetitive. But beyond that, what I don't like, however, is that it continues this trend of hopefulness with its lyrics that represent Caesar's unique bonds with each other, and how they can bounce back faster now for some fucking reason.
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So don't disturb me.
Fuck, even remixes with Mass Destruction Reload and Burn My Dread Last Battle were made to be more hopeful with the power of friendship bullshit that I don't even need to recompared with the instrumental since I already covered that, but here's the lyrics instead. And then you crank this up a notch with the new song, which I actually hate, which is The Meaning of Armbands, where it is just a little glazing session for C's.
This is all your fault!
We're even to the point where the new Overworld song, Call Your Night, is quite literally chill as fuck, without much dark undertones, and if you compare that song to other Overworld songs in the original game, hell, even the FEMC route in Portable had a dark lyrics or had a sadder undertone. You can clearly spot the more lacking dark undertone to these songs.
Days ahead of us, put your hands up, wave it side to side for good luck. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night.
And also, chill vibes.
Chill vibes.
So then when you analyze these songs and their lyrics and you add them up, it's like they're trying to lighten up the tone of the game, just like the aesthetics from the prior chapter. And they make C's seem like they're this group of more idealized version of themselves, who were always tied to the bonds of friendship and camaraderie rather than just camaraderie with a flawed friendship that goes stronger over the course of the game, especially around the end, as well as portraying them to be more competent and also more chill along with their leader, hence the new songs and remix lyrics. So now we have songs that represent an overall lighter tone as well as more friendlier character dynamics, which then creates a tonal disconnect. So all in all, from what we can see, Atlus is now consistently doing this thematic shift from wherever the OG game was like to being more upbeat and friendlier. You gotta be fucking kidding me! How does this fit the main cast or story of the game again? What was so hard with just remastering the songs to be less compressed? What's with the inconsistent mixing quality, the mismanaged instruments, the weaker vocals, and the regular tonal revisionism with the way the songs portrays the story elements? I'm just at a loss of fucking words here. So in the name of changing shit up, they introduced more technical mishaps for most of the remixes, and then they added story element revisionism for the new songs and even some of the new remixes, which just leads to this contradiction of the original story's tone and quality. Man, what a mess. But you know, this one true positive Reload rendition that is actually faithful to the tone of the game, with Azumi actually having proper voice direction and faithful in quality instrumental mixing, it's Memories of You. Now this one is a faithful recreation of the song. Sure, Azumi's vocals are a bit iffy, the way she says exhausted. Now jokes aside, she really did give it her all here, and it sounds like they recreated the song quite faithfully without fucking up the instruments at all, or fucking up the vocals too much, or fucking up the mix where the vocals are more louder or vice versa, or try to change the tone of the story. It doesn't commit the same sins as the other songs did. And I'd say if Yumi was still here, this would be the better version of the song. And when you do hear this song at the end of the game, you have a violin solo. And they didn't even try to change it. It didn't follow the existing issues and trends with the inconsistent to bad mixing, or try to change the tone of the game story elements like other songs did, and it's just good and faithful. So it's just good.
Some good fucking food.
And I really wish we saw more of this. So overall, I'd say that all Atlus was doing was that they were literally trying to fix shit that wasn't broken, which results in this fucking mess with the story tone cohesion and introducing technical and quality inconsistencies that makes the OST mid or bad overall. So despite having some good new songs, it just doesn't fucking fit. And then the one truly good song they had, where all they really had to do was to remaster the song for the most part and just don't fuck with it, as shown with Memories of You. And that was the only song that like I said, I would really consider to be truly great. It's like they squandered this fucking potential that they had. And despite having that, that exception, that positive exception with Memories V, like I said, I really like it. It's just overall a more fucked up OST. And if this is our definition of a quality OST roster or a story cohesive and faithful recreation of the OST, then no wonder this series is screwed. And you know what? It's quite a goddamn shame because most people won't even know that their soundtrack really was fucked with, because most of the new players who come in will only know about the new songs. They don't have anything to compare it to. But when you have older motherfuckers like us, then you'll actually know that there's something up. But hey, they'll just consume it and move on. Don't ask questions. Now, all these things about aesthetics and music, now that may seem only supplementary to the experience, which may not bother people at all, and even opens me up to getting accused of nitpicking despite these complaints piling up. But what should bother people, on the other hand, is how their characters have been changed in terms of their writing, which you cannot gloss over or just brush it off like it was a minor thing that adds up to nothing. Because so far, all these minor elements with the aesthetics and the music, they're all beginning to add up. And with the characters writing and the story experience, oh boy, they will add in a lot more than just superficial elements. But first, we need to talk about the gameplay, or rather, about how the new combat and Tartarus experience doesn't fit the portrayal of C's at all.
I'd like to provide you with some new equipment.
Let's head into Tartarus and try out our new equipment.
Now I'm only gonna cover the combat and the gameplay of this game very briefly, since the basis behind the combat is not the main complaint of this section. To be brief, one of the biggest additions to the combat was the additions of direct party commands, baton passes labeled as shifting, and the introduction of Theurgies for all members of the team, which is more or less a showtime at will when it's ready, but with multiple damage types, can ignore resistances, and can be recharged through various means. You can already see how broken this would be. You can build Theurgies with, but not limited to, attacking enemies, buffing, taking ambush advantages, recovering from getting knocked down, shifting, or taking advantage of the gauge build conditions for characters, and so it goes on. However, these Theurgies can be quite overpowered since they're based on the skills and stats of the persona at hand as well. And since physical is king in this game, you can literally make a persona with all physical and crit boosting skills to take advantage of a certain damage type from a Theurgy, which results in this easily exploitable gameplay as shown here, since you can carry Theurgy charges into boss fights preemptively. Now roll the fucking montage again, but this time this footage is not from me, it's from a friend, Botors Cares. Also thanks for this, by the way. Anyways, roll it. The fuck was even that? Yeah, that just makes a common encounters that should be dangerously difficult. Like the table, a fucking joke. Even with a subpar setup with a subpar Theurgy and party composition. And it is all merciless, mind you. Hell, you can even use Theurgies to cheese Elizabeth's boss fight. I was able to literally take away a chunk of her health, so I can just cheese the rest of it with Arahabaki, so I can wait for Armageddon or whatever. And I'm supposed to think that fucking Theurgies are not fucking broken or whatever, and that showtimes are actually more broken. Name me one fucking fight that relies on showtime as a cheese strategy. Name fucking one. I assure you, these fucking guys has clearly never played P3 Reload or fucking 5. And Theurgy is still even a fucking strategy in Elizabeth's fight in Reload for the lowest turn strategy. So you tell me, dude. To further complement the reduced difficulty, we have Fuka's new assistances and Oracle, where Oracle can provide emergency buffs or advantageous buffs that can help change the tide of battle, or abilities that can help you navigate Tartarus easier. Speaking of Tartarus, that too is easier to navigate thanks to the simplified and more open layout designs. Then there is the characteristics for all the characters that either enhances their abilities or has a safety net feature that will affect the party, along with some quality of life features like the level up clock to level up back markers, among other things. The only hardcore challenges really truly left for combat are Elizabeth and some Monad Chamber bosses, but even then they can be cheesed with Theurgy, of course. And now, to be honest, at least the game is a little bit hard in the beginning with the story mode bosses if you put this game on Merciless, but even then the game then turns to easy mode after the first few full moons. And it's a little bit of a side note, a little bit of a side tangent. I am a little bit bummed down that they removed multiple weapon types for the protagonist, as well as some fusion spells. But cut content aside, when you look at all these new gameplay features overall, it does help the game more streamlined and casualized to remove that gameplay filter the original game had for casuals, by making it more Persona 5-like and also easier to pick up. Now, I do admit that I like the quality of life changes. However, there are issues. As I mentioned before, the easier gameplay is not my main complaint for this chapter, but rather how the new gameplay mechanics portrays the Dark Hour and Seas in a completely different light that I think is unfaithful to the original portrayal found in the original game. And here's why. The original Tartarus was supposed to feel massive and easy to get lost in, and also easy to get killed in, which explains why the Veteran Seas members skill issued hard at exploration, as explained with the new linked episodes, where Mitsuru says this. And now with the new Seas abilities being introduced, like Theurgy's, Fuka's assistances, and being able to do things like shifting, with a bunch of other crap like making the encounters way easier with this P5-like combat, this kills the original danger the PS2 game presented to the player, as Tartarus was not only more random, but was harder to explore, with floors feeling like mazes and shadows being harder to evade, along with tougher enemy encounters and having some infamous bosses. No wonder the Veteran Seas members got stuck at floor 1 for years, which means OG Tartarus was more lore accurate thanks to how much Veteran Seas had skill issues navigating the place without Fuka and Makoto around, and even then, even with them around, it was still a pain in the ass to go through in the OG game.
My persona has a new ability.
Sure, you can argue that it was because of the lack of members that made them have issues going through Tartarus by themselves initially. But I digress, because Tartarus was already easier to go through in the early game on Reload in Merciless, while it was an absolute shit show in FES on hard. Another thing that I also forgot to mention was that Tartarus no longer randomizes floors that you have already explored for the night in Reload. So you can go down to the lobby and go back up and the floors are still the same. Yeah, so how does Veteran Seas members fuck this up again? Though to Reload's credit, they had some ways to try to make it harder, like the Monad Chambers, and trying to make some story bosses harder, but it wasn't enough. Funny how the things that makes the game easy to play actually contradicts its own lore on how dangerous the Dark Hour is supposed to be felt.
Due to how the new gameplay mechanics were implemented, it also changes how you're meant to interpret Seas. In the original game, Seas was supposed to feel like an ordinary group of teenagers turned into Persona users fighting against the Dark Hour, who were also quite disconnected from one another in the beginning of the game, and also as friends, just in general, which results in a lack of trust and cohesion in various ways, as seen with various story scenes. Now, despite the Reload still having these story scenes, you now have the new Reload mechanic, which just makes Seas more competent and more well-equipped and supported, as well as being more trusting with one another, as shown with shifting, which is unlocked by the beginning of the game, mind you. So much for that lack of trust. or the lack of party commands in favor of being able to directly control your party members. So now the party members just listen to Makoto's every order, which contradicts the way Seize was supposed to be portrayed, since you still have moments where Seize shows weaknesses, which makes no sense.
I can't fight worth the shit anyway. Not compared to him, at least.
Later.
I can't fight worth the shit anyway.
Where's Shinji?
He notified me that he'll be joining us later.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
Sonata-senpai not taking him down!
You mind? No.
So as you saw there, yeah, talk about a disconnect between gameplay and story. It doesn't even make sense why we now have a bunch of gameplay features to make a group of crash outs be more coordinated and powerful and trusting, as shown with Theurgy's, and shifting and even the direct commands playing a part, which all showcases more trust, coordination, and power as a group more earlier than they should. Just kinda dumb, because I think that Seize was supposed to gradually build up that trust, cohesion, and power slowly throughout the entire game. But then with all these new gameplay mechanics, it actually feels like they just shortcutted all this character development as showcased with the gameplay. In the original game, on the contrary, Seize begins to trust each other gradually in the story as they unlock new commands, as represented by that mechanic the more you go on through the game. And then the party commands themselves showcases their more flawed selves, since they really can't pull off your exact commands, stat and AI fuckery in combat. Now what is she doing? Oh my god, no! She said.
Oh no! Mitsuru-senpai!
And then in addition, they rely on you for being the powerhouse of the team and Fuka for basic navigations just to have a shot at Dark Hour expeditions. And personally, I think that the party AI having its mind of its own and only being partially swayed by the command system actually represents Seize more accurate, since they are they're supposed to be a bit less coordinated compared to the other Persona groups, as well as being incompetent, since you already saw that in certain story events where they literally leave certain members behind and go on operations by themselves. But I think I already showed that already, didn't I? Not only that, but with all these new Theurgys and shit, it really does seem like they're trying to make the Seize members look more powerful on average. Okay, sure, some party members are worse than the other in Reload, but they're all just overall more powerful. You get what I mean? So basically what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that Seize was supposed to be uncoordinated, distrustful, and more ordinary with an exempt few, but is supposed to gradually grow from that, but is never really overpowered, or really above average in power, or be this elite team, but just enough to destroy the Dark Hour. Well, except for Makoto, of course, but we already know this because more wildcard shit. Meanwhile, Reload already shows them to be above average way earlier because of their new combat abilities that also basically overshadows their flaws in combat and also in the story and presents them as an elite team, yet still having the same story where they're supposed to be flawed? Yeah, nice contradiction. But the story part will have to be saved for way later, trust me bro. So in summary, despite having better gameplay on technicality alone on paper, the mechanics introduced in the remake contradict story elements where Startus is now less dangerous, a Dark Hour as well, kind of, because of how easier the bosses are, for the most part that is. But it also makes Seize forget the original intent behind them, with how flawed they were supposed to be in the main story. Now, a slight disclaimer before we start. This chapter is extremely jank and is heavily reliant on timestamps for it to make sense. Because this chapter was made during a time where I was extremely ill, so a lot of things may feel disjointed and scatterbrained and more repetitive than usual, along with my voice sounding very weak. I have tried my best to repair this entire chapter, but alas, my PC is a piece of shit and is lagging like crazy when I do try to repair it. And I can't repair it that much, or I risk wrecking the entire video script. So sorry about that. But anyways, let's get back to a regular salvage edit.
Yeah, video games.
So, welcome to what's probably going to be the longest fucking chapter in this video, since there's just so many things to talk about regarding how the characters were changed in both slight and major ways, and it is all due to the new scenes and activities that Atlus added into the game, such as linked episodes, new scenes, new side activities, and alterations to some existing scenes and character writing. They even hired new voice actors to replace the old ones that we had, along with giving all the characters new portraits that may change how we perceive them. So TLDR, Atlus added a bunch of new shit in an attempt to expand on the characters in this game, as well as the way that they are portrayed, and trying to give them a fresher take, or at least on paper that is the case, because there are some nuances, again, meme fucking word, that changes how a character is interpreted now, or how a character's group dynamics is interpreted now. And some changes can range from being big to fucking small, along with one textbook concern about the new modern day writing trends that they snuck into this, including some censorship to the romances, but we'll get into that way later. And as a result, this chapter is now an absolute nightmare to explain it all, since it's basically an over-analysis of the characters and their dynamics between FES and Reload's presentation of them. So as a result, I've spent multiple rewrites on this script that drove me up a goddamn wall. But either way, all that tangent aside and all that shit, I think before we start, we first gotta briefly cover the fucking voice acting and the character portraits first before we start getting into this shit. Alright, the voice acting. Yeah, so like I said earlier, Atlus wanted to give the game a fresher soul, or rather a fresher experience to their character cast in terms of voice acting, and they did this in trying to also improve the voice acting performance quality as well. Now I can see that there are some improvements here, such as the dramatic sequences in this game having more emotion to them for the most part, as well as giving some previously unvoiced content and unvoiced characters all this new voice acting. So that means that almost every scene in this game are now fully voice acted, and that is good, with more better dramatic voice acting in the emotional content to boot. I will leave some brief examples here. I promise this won't take that long.
Is Iwatodai Dorm, right? Do you live here?
Chidori!
That I can praise. However, there are still some fucking issues, because even though they have improved their performance in the dramatic and emotional moments, the issue appears in the everyday dialogue in this game, because in the everyday dialogue, they literally still sound like a generic English dub. And that is not to insult the voice actors, it really just feels that way. That just feels like a generic anime dub. And there's also one other issue, since all they really did was, aside from giving non-voice acted content some voice acting and improving their performance on emotion scenes, they replaced their old voice actors. As a result, some of the characters lose that vocal signature that they used to have, that we all remember and love, as well as a little bit of nuance to their character, because when a voice actor voices a character, they become this character. Kind of like how David Hayter is like Snake, or how David Bateson is Agent 47. So then when they lose this vocal signature, it can also affect how you interpret certain characters. Like for example, Fuka used to sound like an awkward quirky girl, where she goes, "Oh, the enemy!
No! Please get up!"
And then now she just sounds like she lost that.
Oh no, not again.
And then there's also Aigis losing her beep boop voice, which is the most obvious one, which can also somewhat affect her character development as a character, where she goes from beep boop robotic to being more human. Then there's like Makoto sounding more angrier, sounding more edgier in the original game, and now he's just more soft-spoken now. There are some other downgrades as well, such as Koromaru sounding like a fucking dude, making dog noises. And Akihiko sounding like a 40-year-old man, which is kind of funny because he's a fucking teenager.
A lot of people go to watch these matches, so knowing how to keep them engaged is part of the job.
And I think I remember that one of the reasons Atlus replaced the voice actors was that they also wanted a more youthful cast. Yeah, so much for that shit. And then there's Yukari, who I think in general was just a massive downgrade in terms of performance in of itself. She just sounds very emotionless and also is less of a bitch, but we'll get into that later with how this affects her bitchiness. Now these changes are subtle, yes, but like I said, this does contribute a fucking change in how these characters are portrayed, hence why I actually want to give my honest thoughts on it first and also explain my discontent with them along with some praises. And I also want to give this one last fact when I share before we move on, which is that some of the old voice actors are still active within the industry. Not to mention some of them actually returned to the game. It's just that they voice someone else. Fucking why? These voices were memorable. You know, the quality aside. So enough about voice acting. The other thing I want to discuss was the character portraits themselves as well, because I think that they also give a little bit of a contribution to the characters and how they're portrayed. Now, for the most part, these character portraits are fine despite the, you know, the clash with the art style, as I've probably mentioned before in the aesthetic section. But what I wanted to say is that since these new character portraits are less expressive now by default, their torso are no longer visible and they are now less expressive as a result, since you just see their fucking face and not their other body language that they had. But they also removed and changed certain character portraits that actually complements a character's behavior in of itself. So that kind of nuance is fucking lost. Now this may seem minor, and yes, I will say this again like in the said section. It's nice that they got a 4K rendition, but the problem is that they now lose out on these expressions that help complement their fucking character and even changing the way that you perceive them. Alright, now after all that fucking bullshit is done, I think it is now finally time to analyze how much really did all the new voice acting, the character portraits, and especially all of the other content that they added and altered have contributed to our beloved characters and how they're presented to us. And the way that this is structured is that basically I give my thoughts on each one of the characters and their dynamics, ranging from the male party members to female party members to the villains, and then our hero group, our protagonists, and of course the social links and the fucking romances, of course. And I give my thoughts on each one of them. This will be extremely autistic with what we have found with these character changes that really changes how they're interpreted. So grab some popcorn, we will be here for a while. And yes, I will complain about some of the modern writing crap in here as well, because I think that needs to be stated. And this is a big fucking surprise that no one has talked about this at all, but I will just basically cover them when it's appropriate. And also I'm going to add like some sort of a rating on each and every character that I try to analyze on based on how much they have changed, just as a reference. But anyways, enough fucking yabbering on. Let's get into this. Now, Akihiko is probably one of the more easier characters to talk about, because unlike some other characters that we'll get into later, Reload seems to have understand who he's supposed to be for the most part. Yeah, that's right, for the most part. We'll get into that later. In the original game, Akihiko is supposed to be like this stoic protector kind of guy. So a lot of his motivation comes from the loss of his sister during that orphanage fire. And so he has developed like this desire to get better and better to protect the ones that he loves. And that is apparent with his relationship with Shinji, Mitsuru, and the entire team. Akihiko is a guy who strives to be better just so he can protect those that he loved, to prevent witnessing that same sort of grief that he saw as a child. And to Reload's credit, some of the new content actually reinforces this aspect of his character and expands a bit upon of it. Biggest example of this would be his linked episodes, where through these episodes we learn a little bit more about his childhood and his experiences in the orphanage. Because, you know, he's now fucking confirmed to be an adopted orphan now. It's actually accurate, since the Persona 3 official design works has a comment that confirms that he is indeed an adopted orphan, but we never get to see that individually. So yeah, they did actually expand on Akihiko's story a bit, you know, when we get to know him a little bit better in the linked episode, you know, about his experiences being an orphan and shit. And to further complement that, his linked episodes continues to basically reinforce this role as a protector by defending himself, Yu, and others from these street punks who wanted to pick a fight with him, because for some fucking reason in the link episodes, just because he broke up a fight, all of a sudden these fucking street punks had some fucking beef with him. And then we do get to see a super badass moment where Yu and him beat these guys up, so that protector shit is actually consistent with his character at least. I will say that much. So it all looks fine and fucking dandy on paper because it looks like we're going all up and up and up with this. But there is one problem. The linked episodes are a bit redundant because we don't really need this expansion on his character where it basically just reiterates, oh, he's this protector kind of guy. He wants to protect people because we already saw that in the main story. We don't need to see this again, just in a different way. I mean, sure, it's nice that we get to see him open up a little bit more about his experiences as an orphan and other miscellaneous stuff, but still. But hey, at least his linked episode and the expansion they tried to give to him is not too bad. But hey, remember about the protein shit? Alright, now the problem I have now is his fucking flanderizations and humiliations. Because of all this new shit that Reload added, for some fucking reason, they decided it was a great fucking idea to flanderize him with this protein garbage where he's just obsessed about protein and exercising, even to the point where he makes himself look like an ass and gets fucking humiliated, even infantilized at a certain point. Why are these fucking humiliation rituals?
Sorry, Mitsuru. I'm almost done. Your notes are as perfect as ever. They're easier to understand than the Alright, done.
Huh? Akihiko, you're drenched in sweat.
I've just been squatting over my chair this whole time.
Why are you like this?
Oh, I was heating up a beef bowl for a late night snack. That was pretty good, right?
A beef bowl?
No eating until you've gotten some work done. Look.
I was hoping to go for another run after rehydrating.
I believe you've done enough physical activity for one day. Any more and you'll hurt yourself. At least you know how to behave in front of your parents, Akihiko.
Don't you ever have anything nice to say about me? I've just been squatting over my chair this whole time.
How the fuck are these scenes even here? So they have scenes that make him look like an idiot for being obsessed with exercising and protein, but also scared of Mitsuru, getting babied by Mitsuru, and looking like a moron on purpose. No, it's like they want Akihiko to get his fucking balls crushed. Yo, I do want to say that yes, the original game do have moments where he does get humiliated by Mitsuru or does look like a fucking moron. But those moments are far way more uncommon than here in Reload. As a matter of fact, while we're on this fucking topic, there's also some scenes in the story where he is also shown to be more submissive to Mitsuru as well. Such as with the fucking school infiltration scene where him and Junpei basically joke about going into the fucking faculty office and cheating their exams. Now with Junpei's case, he fucking meant it. But with Akihiko, he really didn't mean it in the original game. So that's why in the original game, when he gets blamed for it, it looks like that he was actually a bit annoyed at Junpei according to his body language, as well as his voice line delivery.
Come on, Mitsuru. Lighten up a little.
So it means that he does have some sort of defense towards Mitsuru. Oh yeah, but then in Reload, he just gets scared of Mitsuru. He just gets flat out scared.
All I meant by interesting was that there's a higher chance of finding the key there.
Come on, Mitsuru. Lighten up a little.
Or how in the C's initiation scene where you actually get to join C's, you know, he actually gets enthusiastic about fighting shadows, but then in the original game, when Mitsuru scolds him for that, he actually looks so fucking pissed off at her, but they realize there's just nothing.
You just got hurt the other day.
Now.
You just got hurt the other day.
So it's like they want him to get stepped on by Mitsuru and make himself look like an ass on purpose. It's like he just wants to take her shit and eat it. Alright, now because of that, this actually creates an inconsistency in his character, which will become a recurring theme when we're going to analyze all the male party members, by the way. And I think that it's actually insulting that they flanderize him, because he has a very dark and mature backstory to him where he experienced trauma during his childhood, so he tries to become stronger. Now they try to make him into a more cartoony version of himself by having these ridiculous, retarded scenes where he makes himself look like a fucking moron just so he can get girl bossed by Mitsuru at times, which is fucking retarded because at the same time they tried to give him an expansion to his backstory by trying to basically reiterate that he's this stoic protector kind of guy. And yes, that itself is already redundant because we already know that he already is this protector guy. So it's like Atlus wanted to both complement and expand on his story, but basically ending up not adding anything that much anyways. And at the same time, try to insult his character and his dark backstory that was memorable to all of us just for some fucking shits and giggles, which I think is absolutely stupid. And about his voice actor, no offense, but I really do not like the new voice actor. He has a 40-year-old man's voice, for God's sakes. He really does sound like a 40-year-old man, and I think I showed that already earlier, but still, my point still stands. So as a result, would I say that all of the new additions and alterations to Akihiko's portrayal really fuck up his character? Well, I wouldn't really say he's completely 100% fucked up, but I would say that he was fucked up enough in the way where his portrayal is now inconsistent. So because of that, I think that I would much rather prefer the original version of Akihiko because at least there, he was portrayed in a more consistent and respectful light and he wasn't really humiliated that much as he did here in Reload. But yeah, that's basically my take on this. Expect more humiliations to come because this is a reoccurring trend for all the male characters. It's like they really want to make fun of the boys here. Even Makoto gets some of his, as you guys will see later. Everyone's favorite gooner. Junpei in the original game was a flawed friend archetype. True and true. He's insecure, jealous of Makoto, even growing into states of hostility or passive aggressiveness in some of his scenes due to his envy. Otherwise easily annoyed by the most minuscule shit. Are you dumb or what? How many times do I have to tell you? We gotta get in the police station.
Wait, Ken-kun isn't here either. Hey, Junpei, go get him.
That little shit is more trouble than he's worth.
Take off since I'm on a bad mood right now. Later. Yeah, see, look, Junpei is a dick. Because he just has a bad mood, he leaves. And generally, he's also a lot more aimless earlier on. That combination of jealousy and inferiority complex gradually builds across the story until key events like the Chidori arc forcing him to mature. And then there's scenes of him being hostile or lacking any sort of responsibility would slowly become less common, especially towards the later parts of the game, such as that sketchbook scene, where he finally apologized for everything, but also the January 8th scene where he truly shows his appreciation towards you and acted as a form of resolution of his envy towards you as he learned to truly appreciate you now. And seeing this guy go from asshole to being mature was so satisfying to see because his apologies prior to the Chidori sketchbook one was quite half-assed, like in the July 18 one where he just asked if you're cool with him or whatever. And now after a year of only having sporadic acts of friendliness, you let bygones be bygones and be true friends at last. But then with that growth that we see and that eventual apology, holy shit dude, that was actually pretty cool of the original game to do that because it felt like his growth was fucking worth it. Ironic that his most mature moments is directly caused because of Chidori. So all it takes for a fellow Gunnar Chad to wise up is to have the perfect girl. It is so literally me, dude.
But in Reload, Junpei is still kind of the same character on paper, but a lot of his flaws are noticeably softened. Even in the main story, he still has moments of envy and emotional instability, sure, but there's less intensity and less hostility towards you, or Makoto in this case, which already changes the impact of his arc. Then you add the new content into the mix. His linked episode, Dorm Hangouts, the study sessions expand on his screen time a lot more by a country mile, but they also reframe him into a much more openly best friend coded sort of character from the start. He often already acts like he's in the role early on, which weakens the original tension between him and Makoto. Yeah, some of his lead episodes have him literally act like he's so close to you that he becomes friendly after the incident on the train operation, despite being clearly jealous there. But in his lead episode after that, him being friendly towards you again, or him being super close to you already at Chidori's arc where he confides with you about Chidori.
Then there's a late December scene where he goes on a one-on-one with you and says that he's sorry for the outburst because of Ryoji, so he buys you a takoyaki and an apology. And while we're on this, we may as well go in a bit deeper into this and how we perceive this friendlier Junpei. So in this scene, he's supposed to apologize for you for what happened in the freakout scene in the living room, but also show his admission of envy to you. It does feel nice, but ultimately, for me, the admission and the apology feels flat because there isn't even that much tension between you and Junpei now. That is more friendly overall. I mean, for God's sakes, that's literally him saying that he was always envious towards you, but it doesn't really show it that much in Reload compared to the original game. So it doesn't hit as hard as it was supposed to be. Yeah, the same goes for his other apologies in this game as well, since it's just overall more kinder, like the July 18 one where he was supposed to half-ass it, now just feels heartfelt, but then again, it was never an asshole. So basically what I'm saying is that all of these acts of resolutions and apologies and whatever just doesn't hit as hard because he just never really was a dick. So how am I supposed to feel dissatisfaction when he's just overall more kinder, like this maturity arc of asshole to mature? Like I just don't see it because he's already kinder by default. Then there's the January 8th scene where it was now reworked from how it was in the original game, because in the original game he was supposed to take you up there so he could discuss about life and about Strega, but also about his true appreciation to you, which was supposed to be this ultimate resolution of his character arc, you know, his true end to his maturity shit. But they kind of fucked it up too, because now it's been reworked to basically just being a 2-on-1 session with Yukari, Junpei, and Yu, where when Yukari brings up his immature past, he just kind of, you know, shrugs it off in a confident and jokingly manner by briefly mentioning it and saying that he's matured since then. So it feels like this is less of an intimate resolution of this his little maturity arc. And not to mention, what is she doing here? Why is she here? And why is she doing the most in terms of apologizing and having this sort of resolution? It's like they're trying to make Yukari the one who's at fault here with being an asshole for an entire year. We're gonna deal with Yukari later, since she has a similar issue with Junpei. But anyways, yeah, that true resolution he had in January 8th, yeah, that's now just reduced to just a brief mention of him, you know, being an ass rather than being this ultimate intimate one-on-one. And I think this has been actually moved. That little resolution and appreciation towards you have been moved to around later on in January, where he finally says that he truly appreciates who you are. So it's like they move some shit around and it feels weird. But not to mention, while they're talking about this January 15th scene itself, if I'm getting this date correctly, his little resolution with you also now feels flatter because, like I said, he's not really that much of a dick anymore. So that lack of tension and friction just affects how his character arc eventually evolves, and it just doesn't hit as hard as it should. And also, this little scene is also a bit repetitive because he says that he's gonna take life more seriously, but we already know that though from way earlier than this, like around the scene before, like during that scene in I think late November when Ryoji visited the dorms. Yeah, there's some fuckery going on. But anyways, my main complaint is mainly about Junpei being kinder now fucks with that satisfaction you get in his character development arc. That just doesn't hit as hard as it should. But now we have the other problem where he, like the other male members, get fucking humiliated and flanderized in the news site content. Like for example, the study sessions in particular shows him being fucking humiliated or acting like a fucking dummy, where he loses focus on studying, gets distracted by dumb shit like trying to make up jokes for a comeback.
Mikutsuki sounds one up in me. Gotta think of a killer comeback.
Stop getting distracted. You need to concentrate on your studies.
And has multiple other humiliation rituals where he gets infantilized in the beef scene.
Hey, dude. Oh, you smell that? Man, this is heaven. Such grace, such elegance. Truly the fragrance of the upper class.
Oh, I was heating up a beef bowl for a late night snack.
A beef bowl? That's what you were talking about?
No eating until you've gotten some work done.
Beef! Beef! Beef!
For goodness sake. All right, if you answer 5 more questions correctly, you can have your food.
Or pretending to be a dog and get humiliated.
Dogs never have to study for exams like this. Man, what a life.
Day.
And Iori, after all the dog talk, I do hope you were able to get through the material you needed to cover.
What?
Oh, I see. So you're still learning then? As a dog, I'll need to give you strict behavioral training.
I'm kidding! It was a joke!
Or getting flat out scared by the mere mention of Mitsuru, or even begging to get stepped on in Tartarus. Yeah, these moments are kind of bad towards his character because they don't originally align with how Junpei's goofiness worked. Not to mention the way it was portrayed in the original game felt more natural, since in the main story he usually acts like an ass, usually through overconfidence. Like in several different story scenes where he just hypes himself up to be something that he isn't, and it always ends up backfiring. And not only that, but that also actually ties in pretty well to his little character arc, because he is supposed to be insecure. So by hyping himself up, he just exposes his insecurity, and then of course it blows up in his face. That was part of his humor. It wasn't supposed to be this super intentional, extremely clown-like behavior where he makes himself get stepped on by Mitsuru, or even gets scared of Mitsuru in the fucking first place. It's crazy dumb, because I doubt that someone like him, you know, with an alcoholic dad and all, would beg to get stepped on. And I think the flanderizations here are just an insult to his more darker backstory. I mean, sure, there's also scenes in the original game where he acts like a clown, but I think that's just parts when Atlus did shot themselves in their foot. But at least it wasn't as prevalent as they are here in Reload, and are a bit more uncommon. Okay, now we get to the summary. Now, I'm gonna say that he's not really 100% complete total rewrite of his character, but because his insecurity and jealousy and whatever are still there in the main story, it's just way too toned down, which then fucks with how impactful his character development was for me, and that unique flawed relationship that he originally had with Makoto. And I think that his flanderizations and humiliations are just there to spit on his character, and it makes me question if Atlus understood what made Junpei special, because he was supposed to be the flawed friend, and they just literally just removed that. And it doesn't fit at all, because he's basically supposed to be an asshole in an asshole story. But then they now have a kind character in a story made for an asshole. It's like trying to put a square peg into a circle hole. So as an end result, we now have a Junpei who is easier to like for a first time player, but is now less defined by his character progression of going from asshole to mature, that made his original arc hit harder and also was way more relatable and memorable. It's like they tried to inject traits of more best bro-like characters such as Yosuke into this guy, yet still want to be like Junpei, and it made him feel less authentic. And it's a damn shame, because I really enjoyed this original character since I was literally me in high school, but with no kindness and no maturity arc, because I guess I never found that god chick. Yeah, literally not me. But at least his voice actor was more dramatic in serious moments though, I guess. But even then, his voice acting is literally perceived as more kinder than the original Junpei in my opinion.
A leader? Like, the captain of a pirate ship? I'm in! Me! Pick me! Wait! Why him? He doesn't look like a captain!
Me, pick me. Wait, why him? He doesn't look like a leader.
And overall, they should not have fucked with his character, and I think it was a big mistake for fucking up his character like that. Now we get to our favorite bitch, or well, she used to be.
Yeah, video games. Yeah, video games.
Yukari in the OG game is what I can call to be bitchy yet kind. Her emotional unstableness and bitchiness felt like it stemmed from her dark past regarding her father's involvement with the Cohesion group experiments, as well as her mother trying to run off to other men, which she finds to be very disrespectful, very based, and as well as her family being forced to move because of the backlash from the incident. So this adds on a lot of emotional weight to her character, which can also explain and contributes to the way that she is in the game with her emotional, unstable temperament, such as lashing out on certain moments of outbursts and also being jokingly insulting towards Junpei, but also being emotionally attached to Makoto because of the similarities in their situation. But that doesn't mean that she's free from empathy and kindness, because she has loads of that in her scenes. She was kind to you generally, she showed remorse and empathy towards Mitsuru's situation and especially about her father's death, and even showed empathy towards strangers like that lost kid in her socialing. However, since she has an unstable temperament, she does comes off as aggressive in her scenes, such as the slap, or freaking out that the parents of that kid was so uncaring by leaving him behind, and so much more. But all that aside, you can tell that despite these outbursts, the bitchiness and the emotional instability, her intentions are pure than gold. Hence why I call her the bitch with a golden heart. Not to mention, it's always nice to see her be apologetic during times of outbursts where it is her fault for making such a scene or being emotionally insensitive at certain moments. So it reinforces her actual kind yet flawed nature. But what Reload did was that they added new scenes that made her more kinder in general, like her dorm hangout scenes where it's just pure kindness, no imperfections attached. And also that new scene where she walks you back home out of pure kindness. Once again, no imperfections attached. Not to mention some of her old scenes were altered to be less harsh and less emotionally charged in delivery and its portrayal, which I am just not a fan of. They just took away that aggressiveness and just kept in the kindness, is what I'm saying. And now most people would claim that this bitchiness is because of just her old voice actor and localization changes, but I digress, because her portraits were toned down in terms of bitchiness as well, including her actions, dialogue, voice delivery, and so on. And I will leave a bit of a comparison here to prove what I mean.
They're making fun of someone? Don't they have anything better to do?
They're making fun of someone? Bullies.
Sup, Yuka-tan? Hey, does that mean you gotta call me master?
What's going on, Takiba? You planning to work at Mitsuru's mansion or something?
Sup, Yuka-tan? Hey, does that mean you gotta call me master?
What's going on, Yukari? You're planning to work at Mitsuru's mansion or something?
Ugh, forget it.
Huh, well you're just Mr. Perfect. And now you've got the nerve to try and tell me how to feel? You think you know me? You don't know anything. I'm sorry. My head's a mess.
Wow. I don't know how you do it. You're always so calm. Nothing ever phases you. You think you know me? You don't know anything. I'm sorry. I can barely make sense of all of this.
You said you were atoning for what the Kirijo group did in the past, but that's not true. You were only fighting to protect your father.
That's right. I fought to protect him, and look what happened. Now my life is without meaning.
You said you wanted to atone for the Kirijo group's past, but that's not true. You were really only fighting to protect your father.
That's right. I fought to protect him, and look what happened. I never should have gotten involved.
And as you can see, they have indeed toned down her character, who had her own unique nuance to her temperament and kindness in general. Like, what is up with Atlus trying to make imperfect characters less imperfect now? And if that wasn't proof enough, I have this page from the official Persona 3 Designs workbook, where it does show that she is supposed to be emotionally charged because of her situation. And about Atlus trying to make this imperfect character more perfect, you can kind of see that they bent the knee in terms of nerfing her bitchiness, because they added a scene in January 8 where in that scene, like I covered earlier, Yukari is the most apologetic one here, where she talks about lashing out in her year in C's. So it's like Atlus really tried to cater to those who complained about her being too bitchy without understanding that she was supposed to be this way in the first place. And has the same square peg into a circle hole scenario like with Junpei, because she was supposed to be this way. And now, because that they removed this bitchiness, it now removed her unique blend of bitchiness and kindness that we all knew her to be. And this doesn't even fix my main problem with her, because my main problem with her wasn't her bitchiness in the original game. It was because that her story influence falls off a bit once Aigis joins, and then it falls off until the Mitsuru father incident. So it has her character arc was just this flat line where we all know that she's bitchy yet kind, and then a little bit of a more resolve towards the end when she awakens to her second persona and wants to fight Nyx as well, of course. But that's about it. But then we have the same story, but then they remove this fucking bitchiness, and now it's just a less emotional, less bitchy Yukari, and it just doesn't hit as well. That slap doesn't hit as hard. The insults towards Junpei doesn't hit as hard. All of that just doesn't hit as hard. It's just not the same, and they really should not have fucked with that, because that was her unique trait of her. Well, hey, at least it didn't fuck around with their romance. Well, for the most part, that is. Moments, but at least it didn't reduce the affection from her in a romance. At least they did that in Reload. Although I will say that there is still some modern writing bullshit that seeped in, such as the infamous TV scene where you can see some clear millennial writing in action, and also you have this new scene with whenever you get the Theurgys and you try to do a test run in Tartarus. There is a moment here where Yukari saves your ass because your ass got knocked down trying to save her. And she's the one who uses Theurgys to come and rescue your ass. But this actually, in my opinion, feels like a bit of that modern writing trend because it just feels like a girl boss kind of moment. Even though she is acting out of the kindness of her heart. But I still find it ridiculous that Makoto was just magically more weaker here. Considering that he's supposed to be a fucking combat beast, you know, the most powerful out of everyone here in the C's team. And yet he's the one who needs help. Hell, she's the one who even uses the Theurgys first, so you don't even get to use Theurgys. You get from using Theurgys. And once again, before I leave this off, I would basically say yes, Yukari is indeed simply just not bitchy enough.
We all know Shinjiro, right? The depressed doomer who got so depressed he gave up on life and serves as a warning to those who do it. Now, he's another character with a linked episode that fucks with how his character is portrayed. The problem I have with the linked episode, however, is that it's contradicting to his original behavior. His original behavior and the intent behind his character is that he's supposed to be extremely depressed and guilty about the death of Ken's mother since she was accidentally killed by his persona, and began taking persona suppressants that could kill him one day, and even looks at Ken's revenge against him as some sort of atonement for his sins, which is why he came back to C's in the first place. And in addition to his dialogue where he claims to not have any weaknesses to his persona, is also symbolizing his complete acceptance of his current depressive and fatalistic state. And even when he comes back, he still has an antisocial attitude, and this is proven by the devs themselves. In the Persona 3 official design works book, it is confirmed that Shinjiro was exactly like this, where he was just this depressed and wants to be isolated from everyone else, along with seeing Ken's revenge as a duty to fulfill, and proving that he basically just wants to die to atone for his sins and his crimes. Then you have his linked episode where, after trying to give this reinstatement slip, but then decides to actually hang out with you, is quite out of character for him. Sure, he's supposed to be kind and caring for his teammates despite his antisocialness, but he's not supposed to be this close. Then furthermore, the linked episode shows that Shinji and the other seniors wanted to graduate together as a promise, even having it being a main plot point of his linked episode, and some backstory for the veteran members of Siege, which was okay, even though it's already stating us Shinjiro's current mental state that we already know about too.
And to be completely honest, I actually do enjoy the little bit of friction that he has between him and the C's members regarding his re-enrollment. Was actually quite good, and I would honestly be happy with it if we just ended around on like Link episode 4, where after grabbing his extended form of absence from like Link episode 3, they hand it over to Mitsuru, and only to grab it back due to some bullshit excuse that Makoto came up, just so you can hand back to him at around episode 4, so that Shinji would have a second chance at rethinking about his decision to only just extending his absence leave instead of fully re-enrolling. And I would be just happy if it just ended right here, with him just being so insistent on just extending this leave of absence instead of just re-enrolling back, and then leave it up to the player to interpret what this ending shot of him taking a pause when he was about to leave the restaurant, and just leave it up to the player to interpret what he finally decides was the correct decision to make.
But then it gets later revealed in his post-mortem episode where it was revealed he actually wanted to go back and fulfill the promise that he had with the seniors. But why? I thought he was supposed to have accepted his death and even taking a fuck ton of persona suppressant pills to kill himself slowly. This means he's actually had some hope left to better himself and get back on his feet and join back C's to graduate. I think what Atlus was trying to go for was to make his death more of a tragedy, since the veteran team members wanted to see them graduate together, only for him to have that bit of hope left after all. But it waters down his character but by giving him some sense of hope left in him after all, even though he was a complete doomer in the original game. And in my opinion, a more hopeless Shinjo is a more tragic character than this more hopeful portrayal of him. Furthermore, OG Shinjo was constantly extremely reclusive and wanted to push people away with his side dialogues in the dorms. Talk about a contradiction of his character being an example of what happens when someone that young gives up on life due to not being able to move on from the past events. So how come has he a glimpse of hope left now? Then there's the side hangouts where he hangs out with you in the dorm, which again, just like the initiation of the linked episode, makes no sense as he's supposed to be antisocial. It may be nice that he shows kindness to you, but remember, his kindness is kept secret in the original game, as shown with the command room recording of him, or him buying premium dog food, with the veteran C's members claiming he is kind, and how the juniors eventually realize how kind he is without having him to hang out with you, since he doesn't like being around people.
But what does get me, however, they somehow made some of his dialogue in Tartarus basically humiliate him with the same mommy bullshit like before. So why is this a fucking trend? He even gets scared of Mitsuru's threats of the essay. He gets so scared of this for some reason. If I was as depressed as he is, I wouldn't even care about the damn essay that Mitsuru forces me to write. This is just more modern writing garbage. So despite being a tragic character who gave up on life despite the potential he had, he was giving content that breeds hope into his character, which is the opposite intention he's portraying the story, and doesn't help that he also gets stepped on by fucking Mitsuru. Just fucking why? It's just a bit of an insult. Sure, it only appears in Tartarus, but still, why does this exist? I guess Atlus loved the NTR lifestyle. But anyways, overall, they had a simple character who was supposed to be a warning, only to make him have a more hopeful outcome, and contradicts a major theme in the game, which is about your limited time on Earth and the danger of true depression as shown with Shinji. Sure, hope does exist in the story, but not like this way. His linked episodes may have given some extra backstory and connection with the veterans, but at what cost? The hopelessness of his character? The original Shinji was a lot more realistic in his portrayal of depression. More sad, sure, but it's a sad story anyways, and part of that sadness is that sometimes it never goes away until you die. And I think knowing that he just threw his life away over a mistake he did in the past and just blames himself for it is a more realistic outcome, since sometimes shit like this just happens. Since me and you over here have seen some depressed people in our lives, and yeah, it is that way. But yeah, overall just disappointed about what they did with Shinji. Yes. Our favorite girl boss, or at least she was supposed to be by face value alone. Mitsuru's strong girl bossiness and self-disciplined nature was only supposed to be an outwards exterior of her, so that she could help lead C's and be a good leader, as well as keep her promise of vanquishing the Dark Hour, including being a future candidate for managing the Creature Group. And all in all, just be a good fucking leader. So the game depicts her to have this strong woman type of image, but at the same time is depicted to be a vulnerable person, as shown with her times of grief and vulnerability, as shown with her social and romances storyline regarding an arranged marriage and the Creature Group's future. The problem? Reload has an identity crisis when portraying her character consistently and respectfully, because in Reload, Atlus was adamant on making her more of this dominating girl boss in her portrayal, as shown with the numerous humiliation rituals in this game, where she takes on a more dominating, or I like to call it, the mama role, as shown here right now, just because the boys were acting retarded and out of character, just so the game could prop her up as the smartest and most mature in the room, among many other sequences.
Would you like me to help wake you up? I'm sure a nice chill would help scare away the drowsiness.
I was heating up a beef bowl. That was pretty good, right?
A beef bowl?
No eating until you've gotten some work done. If you answer 5 more questions correctly, you can have your food.
And then, this is even more complemented by more scenes where Junpei and other boys are shit scared of her intimidating nature in one way or another. And if this Junpei quote doesn't convince you otherwise, then I don't know what will. Hell, there's even this fucking screenshot of this dialogue where it just looks off character to her because it's literally just her insulting both Akihiko and Junpei's character. Like, why? I thought she was supposed to be mature and self-disciplined. Like, what the fuck is this? So it's like they just made her a girl boss archetype at certain points of the game, aka flanderization. Okay, look, at least in the original game, her girl boss moments were more justified and not flanderized, like getting pissed off at Fuka's teacher for covering up her disappearance. Or you being too fuck-ass lazy to go to Tartarus. However, I will admit there are some times where Atlus did shoot themselves in the foot, such as with the Mitsuru superfan or the Hot Springs incident, but those are far in between. And it's not just a flanderization, neither, that I have a problem with her, because her socialic romance also reduces her more affectionate and vulnerable side a bit, with the removal and or alteration of certain actions, such as the removal of her hug, and the reduction of her affectionate dialogue, or the lack of a choice of defending her physically on rank 8 from her fiance. Yeah, so much for actually helping her ass, huh? She was supposed to have those elements to complement her vulnerable side. Hell, even her portraits looks less sad than Reload, which is funny, because in the Persona 3 Designs book, Soejima said that she was supposed to have these expressions to make her have a stark contrast to her strong woman personality. Hence why her expressions were this sad in the first place in the OG game. I don't know why they tried to reduce this shit. So it's like Atlus wanted her to be more dominating rather than vulnerable. Yet at the same time, Atlus contradicts themselves by adding in new scenes in Shinjiro's linked episodes, where she shows more concern towards his current state and his distant nature, along with the promise that they have made, as well as having better emotional delivery on her voice lines.
I wanted him to live. I became a Persona user so I could protect him.
But I wanted him to live. I became a Persona user to protect him.
And in addition, they even have more dorm hangouts that shows her more elderly sister kind of kindness to her. Well, except for this one fucking incident where you can obviously see some MAKOTO dialogue when you do all of her kitchen hangouts and you try to initiate her hangouts. But still, what the fuck is this consistency? Either way, I can tell that Atlus really just wants to make Mitsuru more like a girl boss or mama-like in her portrayal, despite the added emotional content for portraying her mature and concerning side, i.e. more non-girl boss moments in certain cases, along with keeping her main story portrayal mostly intact. Like I said, identity crisis. Because in regards of her vulnerabilities, this one especially, I think the reduction of her more vulnerable portrayal, despite the aforementioned added concerning and mature kindness to her character, to instead be more in favor of a dominating side in the flanderizations to make her look like she's scary or be the smartest one in the room or whatever, was both an insult to the boys since they get the front end of the humiliations through and through, but additionally was also insulting towards Mitsuru herself, since I actually did feel sorry for her situations in her more vulnerable moments in this game. And besides, she was supposed to be that way, that vulnerable, to showcase her more human and affectionate sides respectively, to show that she is more than just a strong woman who could handle anything and is just as human and vulnerable as anyone else and can crumble at any time when she reaches her breaking point. But not only that, but her romance was also just something sweet, and there was no fucking reason to alter that. Just let me dream of a redhead chick, goddammit, and let me protect her and fix her. But overall, I think her new portrayal is inconsistent, and it makes me not an overall fan of her new portrayal because of the inconsistencies, and more especially because of the flanderizations, which are just absolute modern writing mommy dummy garbage to help further reduce the population of Japan, and hell, maybe even the entire world. Like, what the fuck did they do to her? Holy shit, what a fucking mess of a character, despite the attempts to improve on her. So before I get to the rest of the other characters that are not really too important with the exception of Makoto, I want to show the new character relationships and dynamics first and give my thoughts on them. Originally, I was supposed to break down every villain more artistically, but since I don't really give a damn about the portrayal and Reload, I will just summarize instead. The problems I have with the villains of this game, particularly Strega and Ryoji/Nyx, is that they're more friendlier and kinder, appearing more like a rival or a reasonable foe rather than a raw pure villain of sorts, respectively. Strega are more friendlier now with added new scenes where Takaya is shown in a more reasonable light, even down to discussing their own beliefs and ideologies in their new scenes.
Almost 5,000 people die in car accidents every year, and yet there is no outcry against the existence of cars. Why do you suppose that is? It's because we value our own convenience over the lives of others.
There's even other scenes where they give you chances to back down from your expeditions to the Dark Hour so that you guys won't have to fight.
Don't you think it'd be a shame for you to lose such a special power? You stubbornly cling to that sentiment.
Or literally warn about future fights. And even showing Takaya in a more reasonable light in his final fight, rather than his maniacal portrayal in the OG game's final fight. Hell, there's even a new scene where you and Takaya fight a shadow together, which I don't have to explain how this represents a more friendlier Takaya relationship. Which I think is stupid, because in the original game, there were just those nihilist, pro-death extremists who wanted the Dark Hour to stay, and even employed dirty tactics to survive, such as creating a Nyx's cult for chaos, or eliminating Shinji and Junpei in such dirty manners, and so on. But then Reload has these scenes now to show that they're more reasonable, and yet despite that, they still do the same dirty deeds they did in the original game, as well as more dirty tactics such as their new moves in their final fights. Yeah, nice contradiction right there. And not to mention their new scenes fucking spoil or over foreshadow certain future events at times, as shown here, which is even more stupid. And this will be an issue we will see again in the next chapter regarding the writing of the game. So they become both more friendlier but also like hypocrites rather than just plain villains. Okay, sure, I guess they do have new scenes that develops Jin and Takai's relationship and backstory a little bit more too, but still that doesn't change my point of them being more reasonable, in Takaya especially. And then there's Ryoji, where they try to make him feel more closer to you with the new linked episodes, but all this really does is spoil and over foreshadow the twist that he may not be human after all. And in addition, they made his Nyx self feel more remorseful, as if he still remembered those precious memories with you and has that bit of regret in him. But that's about it. I don't even feel like that this remorseful self should carry over to Nyx, in my opinion, because in the original game, he was so dead set on carrying out his duties on bringing the fall to humanity, which made him, as Nyx, very intimidating, and now that's just softened because friendship. I mean, okay, sure, he was friendly in the OG game too as Ryoji, but not that much due to the lack of linked episodes. He was more close to Junpei anyways. And yes, he was also remorseful when revealed that he will turn into Nyx. But when push comes to shove, he did not hesitate to embrace the Harbinger of Death role in the OG game when his true nature was revealed and when he has to fulfill his duty at the very end. There is not much remorse compared to Reload. One thing I will praise, however, at the very least, Ikutsuki is still a bitch. And Chidori's relationship with Junpei was actually still quite good, with an expanded cinematic experience for her during her fight, and her ultimate sacrifice, which helps deepen their relationship together.
No! Why? Why won't you leave me alone? I don't know! I don't know anymore! Junpei!
Chidori.
It hurts. I can't breathe. I'm scared. Junpei.
Kaya was right. You're a nuisance. Target locked. Let us commence with an all-out fatal strike.
I can hear you. The sound of your beating heart.
Chidori!
I can hear the life pulsing through you.
Chidori!
Which was fine, that was good. But all in all, I'm just not a fan of the new villain portrayals because of the generally reduced hostility and intimidation. It's like they tried implementing their rival or trope and archetype from other games, like with Akechi or with Adachi or whatever, and then they implemented them into these characters who were supposed to be more or less hostile, or at the very least be less reasonable due to their circumstances and have less remorse in them as well. And I would rather prefer those original interpretations rather than this, oh yeah, I'm your enemy, but I'm also your friend crap that they introduced in Reload. And it just also contributes to a lighter tone in the story, which I'm also not a fan of. Well, at least they expanded upon Chidori and Junpei's relationship. But either way, my point still stands. Hey, speaking of a lighter tone, thought I forgot about these guys as a group, huh? Oh boy, I don't even know where to begin with this. There's just so many things that were changed in this group's dynamic, and let's take it one at a time.
In the original game, C's were portrayed as a flawed group of Persona users who were tasked with fighting the Dark Hour. But their relationship, unlike the rest of the Persona users from the other games in the Hashino trilogy, their relationship is rocky as fuck, with constant mismanagement, such as going on operations without a full team or even getting half of them wiped out on occasions, such as the Empress and Emperor fights. Distrust amongst the members of the group, co-worker-like relationships rather than full-on friends, a group full of flawed individuals, you included, and this creates this new, unique dynamic with the team where you feel like you're part of the squad who are just doing their job, their duty to defeat the Dark Hour, and sees themselves are united by mainly this objective, and only really got the chance to explore Tartarus correctly thanks to exceptional members like Makoto and Fuka. Fuka, that's questionable at best.
Its arcana is justice. Wait, it's chariot? What the?
What in the goddamn?
It doesn't seem like darkness will work. My persona has a new ability. My persona has a new ability. Got it. Oracle, standing by. Sorry for the wait. Invoking Oracle. Watch out!
Questionable at best. But anyways, in addition to the gameplay complementing the story as shown in the gameplay chapter from earlier, was how the combat itself was structured to where the party was only controlled using party commands, with somewhat slapstick yet semi-professional portrayal of their combat encounters, with the only assistance you're getting are focus scanning, since Oracle can kill you, among other flaws, which made them feel like a flawed group of fighters and also heightens the danger with their explorations of Tartarus and their battle against the shadows in a semi-professional way. No fluff until their asses get tied, in which they fuck off back home. And then we get to the eventual multiple crash outs in the game, where she just breaks down and even being at each other's throats, or even being so broken that they just give up on fighting entirely.
I'm afraid you will not live to see spring.
I don't think anyone wants to go to Tartarus anyway. Yeah, no one cares about going to Tartarus. Yeah, what's my existence? What does my life mean? Ryoji's an asshole. What the hell is wrong with him? Damn it, this isn't funny.
But there is a character progression arc going on here where they eventually become better and closer to one another.
And eventually turning into true friends. This growth in their relationship is even represented in the gameplay as well, where they unlock new commands to represent their growing trust within one another. And speaking of growth, their growth is a little bit more nuanced and special with the way that most of them have no social links. So they grow as a character by themselves in the main story without needing your intervention. And even if there was some sort of interaction or social link with them, they still mostly grow in the story by themselves. And they feel like their own people who can make their own kind of growth and resolve as a result. And when they do finally grow, as mentioned earlier, they become true friends at the end and eventually defeat Nyx with this newfound resolve of theirs, without needing any fancy equipment and despite all the hardships they have faced in their journey. And this resolve is even reflected onto the gameplay yet again, with how they just cannot get tired anymore on the final day. So this kind of growth found both in the story and the gameplay really makes you feel like these guys came a long way and felt satisfying seeing them develop as a group in a unique manner.
So now, what happens with Reload's portrayal of C's as a whole? Well, they fuck it big time, despite having the same story as the original game. Sure, they still have scenes of grief, however, they do get watered down due to the new shit they added into the game. In the Reload, they added multiple scenes, both in the side events and the main story, and even the gameplay that made them lose their rough edges to them, which affects the way they are portrayed in the game. To start, we have the newly added side events with other members and linked episodes that makes them feel more like a family type of main group where you get along with everyone else as if you're family, such as the Treats giveaway scene in Akihiko's linked episode, or how the other C's members join up in other linked episodes as well.
We even have scenes of C's studying with each other now as well, like their family.
This even happens in portions of the story where they're not even supposed to be close as a group.
Then there's even signs of them being closer in times of complete turmoil in Reload, where there are literally new scenes and also altered scenes, such as one of Akihiko's leaked episodes where it makes everyone pancakes in October. In October, that's literally within the month that Shinji died. How did the team just get over his death that fast? I mean, sure, Akihiko got over it fast, but how about the others? It doesn't feel like that this scene was justified. Or how about the study session in the night of the announcement of the beach trip where Mitsuru is supposed to be depressed to the point where she fucks off back to her room, only for her to come back out here for a wholesome study session. And after that, the boat scene to the beach cutscene was made to be more happier, as if we forgot about the context to all of these scenes. Then there's even more study sessions, like in early December, where they're still studying together, like family. Meanwhile, around this date in the original game, for reference, they're still trying to cope about their fucking fall. And then, additionally, and I swear this is the last example, there's the Kyoto trip where their team was supposed to feel uneasy with one another after the death of Mitsuru's dad, as showed here perfectly in the OG photo album sequences, hence the not so cheery pictures, and it only becomes slightly more happier when Mitsuru gets better. But then in Reload, it's literally just good vibes all around, even before Mitsuru gets better. You can clearly tell they want you to see C's as a friendship is power group with somehow the other scenes that are self-explanatory on screen right now.
And yet the main story, even though altered, still has the original tragic moments. This creates a tonal fucking whiplash in the story, since not only was C's grieving, or at least have some sort of disconnect from one another in the story, it contradicts the intention of having an estranged or disconnected group of people, and instead we have a familiar dynamic to the P4 crew where they bounce back from tragedy more quickly, making their intention of being a flawed group of individuals prone to crash outs more watered down.
Oh yeah, did I mention that the linked episodes also fucks with how they weren't supposed to be more reliant on you for growth? Yeah, so much for them feeling like their own people who can mostly handle themselves. Bruh. Then additionally, on the gameplay side, we got the new combat mechanics like Theurgy's and shifting, improved Fuka abilities, and direct party commands, and the removal of the fatigue system, which makes them more coordinated, more well equipped, more well-disciplined, and more skillful as a group overall, even way earlier than they should. Then, we got the alterations to their fighting style and aesthetical presentation that also makes them look flashier and stylish as well. So we basically have a new SEES team that is more coordinated, skilled, powerful, and can now flex while they're at it as well. So much for that flawed fighter presentation that are supposed to develop more slowly. These guys are like the Phantom Thieves now. I know this is just a short extension, or rather repetition, to my gameplay section in this video, but believe me, this segment used to go in 10,000 ways that doesn't even make sense. So this explanation will have to do.
Obey my command!
No, why is he using Mario Karen? Oh no, obey my commands. So overall, I feel like all of these gameplay and story presentation changes and additions waters down their development as a collective, since their new, happier, friendlier, and cohesive presentation tones down their eventual resolution and growth as a team due to the less friction and tension to their presentation and story, which reduces the ending payoff to their whole character development arc, and also made them lose what made them so unique in their dynamic in the first place. So now they're just a mishmash of the other teams in the Persona Hashino trilogy. They feel like they're more of the Persona 4 team in terms of friendship at times, and the stylishness of the Persona 5's team at times, while still retaining the tragedy of the Persona 3's team. And that's not unique. That's derivative, because yes guys, I truly enjoy playing as the investigation team, but also the Phantom Thieves, just more sadder.
Sarcasm! And a room full of you.
Now this guy, oh boy. Even though Persona protags in the Hashino trilogy are supposed to be self-insert characters, he does have his own kind of behavior and personality if you read in between the lines of things he says and how he acts in the game itself. Now, despite the obvious I don't care sort of attitude that he's got, he's supposed to be a two-faced and ambiguous individual. As shown in the Persona 3 official design works, again, where documents claim that he was designed to be a two-faced individual and ambiguous during his design sketches, which is why Shigenori Shojima took so long to design him. This two-facedness can be shown in the game, where he can have a completely different personality, as shown with his social links and other events, where he can range from being empathetic, being an enabling asshole, or even being just a piece of shit flat out, which plays well into the concept of Persona, as him wearing different social masks proves his capability to adapt to people's behaviors, so he can go from being an asshole.
That we'll be together forever. Bro, what the fuck did you expect? Bruh. What will you do? Laugh at him!
To being nice to you, which I like that a lot. In addition to this, he is very much a calm and reserved kind of guy despite these personality traits, and also quite depressed, as he usually shows typical signs of depression aside from the obvious sad boy look, as shown with how some of his character dialogue is like,
and another thing,
he's trying to suppress the trauma of losing his parents, and this actually plays into the part on why he has less social links in SEES and why he would rather hang out with outsiders, since SEES is in the line of danger all the time, which makes him fuck off away from them as much as possible. You can sometimes see this in the main story events, but also quite protective with how he protected his girlfriends from creeps, but also for everyone else, as shown from his sacrifice.
This protective nature may also explain his demeanor in combat, where he is as aggressive as he is in the original game, with his voice lines that sounds more of a battle cry, and his aggressive body language in combat, such as his combat stances in battle, where he twirls his evoker, or the way his idle stances are portrayed. This even bleeds into the EXP screen portrait that gives him a strong and aggressive look. And all of this could be interpreted as him both loving the thrill of combat, but also giving it his all to protect everyone.
Because even though he constantly says he doesn't care, even throughout the late game, his action says otherwise. A very mysterious way of showing his character, don't you think? So all in all, a fucking mixed bag of emotions, but his actions say it all. Despite being introverted and depressed, he is definitely the following. TLDR, despite being your average emo teen from the 2000s, he is a good person deep down and truly does care, despite saying otherwise, which in turn makes him a messiah-like figure later on into the game. Spoilers. So how did they try to portray his behavior over to Reload? Yes, he still has his two-faced behavior, but this is kind of watered down with how the new game mechanics come into the play, or even how some of the scenes in the story now has new dialogue for him, among many other things.
In Reload, in terms of his mannerisms in combat, Atlus gave him a more heroic and stoic portrayal. His portraits in battle have been given a calmer look. His voice is more soft-spoken in battle.
What to do?
And his aggressive body language was reduced, such as the reduction of the evoker troll and his idle stances. This kinda waters down both that edge he had to him, but also makes you interpret him as being too confident, like he's too relaxed doing this stuff.
Not to mention that now with the new linked episode mechanic, it kinda goes against his trauma of trying to avoid the C's members, as he literally tries to be friends with anyone, and it also as a result hurts his secret depressive feel. Sure, he still has sentiments of trying to push C's away, but part of his character was literally staying away from C's as much as possible to avoid the trauma he had during his parents' death. Sure, you can argue that these linked episodes are kind of deep into the game already, but it still undermines his more reclusive nature through this gameplay element.
Okay, sure, you can argue that, oh, but you're forced to date the girls to be something contradictory to his introversion. So I guess Atlus kinda did shoot themselves in the foot there. I don't know, maybe MAKOTO just likes girls.
By touching you like this, I can have that all for myself.
Giggity. But at least in the original game compared to Reload,
they tried to make him seem still wanting to avoid C's by not letting you hang out with the boys except for certain moments. Continuing on, he also got a reduction on his asshole side to his conversations and the social links, despite still also returning some of it.
And also, about that not forced to cheat on his girlfriend thing in Reload can also be something to consider for his reduced rudeness.
Another thing to add is that MAKOTO's mystique has been watered down as well in scenes in the story where he can now butt in on the conversation and give his explicit thoughts now on several story events that shows he cares more and has more caring dialogue as a result too. So not only does this make him more vocal, it also makes him more caring too explicitly, may I add, and it makes him more of a typical hero archetype than his multi-faced mysterious type of character who now uses both his words and actions rather than just most of his actions, as this also tones down the mystique around him and also a bit of his two-faced nature. Speaking of the reduced mystique and less two-faced nature to him, he actually keeps his mementos of his vacation in his room, so it shows that he has always cared in Reload. Then there's the first person oriented internal monologue rather than the second person internal monologue, which just further reduces his mysteriousness to him. See where I'm going with this?
So now, because of these elements, the MAKOTO we knew from the previous list of points I said earlier is now flipped on its head. The changes to his character is very subtle to notice, which is why this part of the script took a while to do, since they wanted to get everything as accurate as they should be. But regardless, due to the things we discussed above, MAKOTO, despite still sharing similarities from his original portrayal, now also has alterations to him that affects the way he was presented to us in a subtle yet big manner. But one thing is for certain is that he is now made to be more of a standard hero kind of character, like Yu Narukami from Persona 4, and sometimes Joker from Persona 5 as seen here, rather than his unique portrayal that we saw in the original Persona 3 game, and also caring more. So at the end of all this autistic rambling, this is MAKOTO Yuki, but also Yu Narukami, but also Joker. Yeah, I know this may piss people off, but when you look at the subtleties towards his character, it does add up, and will affect the way you see this character. Sure, you could say the persona protagonists could be up to interpretation when it comes to their personalities, or just say that they are self-insert, but that doesn't override the intention behind the design via developer documents, and also their intended default behavior that they want to showcase. But yeah, that wraps up MAKOTO, man. That one was hard to make research on. Oh, and also he is also humiliated.
Would you like me to help wake you up? I'm sure a nice chill would help scare away the drowsiness.
Mitsuru's right.
Fuka, I need you to back me up. I'll hold this thing off.
We heard you guys were gonna have a match, so we came to witness it.
Let's do this.
Later.
Hey, are you guys up there?
Okay, now that we got all the characters I found to have changed a lot, it's time for the lesser ones that have to be rapid fire before we move on to the links. For Fuka, not much was changed for her except that her new voice and portraits portray her as less awkward and more cuter, as you can see here with the loss of her portraits and her signature voice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And it looks like they just altered her personality to sound and look less weird, and it compliments her less in my opinion. Not to mention that her awkward expressions now don't appear as often as they should. And then another thing is that since she's now more competent in combat now due to the OP buffs, her link makes less sense since it was about to be about her insecurity about incompetence. Yeah, figure that out. And they also somewhat nerfed her romance on certain ranks, which I found to be dumb, but also buffed it in one rank. Well, at least her new side activities show a more supportive side to her though, which does complement her character a bit. Not bad, but still, why the less awkward Fuka? Okay, now we have Ked. Not much really changed from him except for the fact that his linked episodes overshadow future events for some reason, so it just makes his linked episodes redundant, kind of like how some of the other linked episodes are. And also the linked episodes and his hangouts ends up ruining that little silent tension when Shinji was still around, and also contradicts a bit of his reclusiveness from the others before Shinji dies. However, once Shinji dies, his story arc then just turns into pure redundancy, where it's just him trying to move on from his death and improve, but I thought we already know that. Well, you guys do have a silly 1v1 arc where you do get to win on that first encounter and then you lose later on, so it's basically a humiliation ritual for you, as you guys have seen earlier with my montage. But overall, his story is still just a nothing burger and I couldn't really care less about his new portrayal. Well, at least his new VA is better, that's for sure. It doesn't sound like this, it's me, I'm Ken!
Excuse me, I hope I'm not interrupting. Sorry to interrupt.
Alright, Elizabeth. Now, she's still the same for the most part. She's still a comedic relief and a backup love interest and an innuendo machine. And also just as curious as she was and still has the same goofiness. Sometimes even more now. However, I will say is that some of her innuendos did get removed and also replaced by new ones?
I see. My.
While at the same time also retaining some of the old ones as well? Okay. One tiny thing I have to point out is that despite sharing the same voice actor, her voice sounds less majestic for the lack of a better word, which is fucking weird.
I'm feeling rather uneasy with so many eyes on me. So let us move on with the tour.
The quizzical stares are beginning to make me feel unsettled. Let us carry on with the tour.
Ooh, that was quite satisfying.
Well, that was quite satisfying.
But thankfully, she's more or less the same character and still an underrated waifu. However, I still rather prefer her original voice for multiple reasons. Alright, now it's time for ChatGPT. Now, not much has changed from her character, thankfully, and she's what you'd expect. However, her more awkward and robotic feel to her was lost a bit due to the removal of her robotic voice, which affects her character growth from robot to human a bit, even though that was something unique to the English version of the OG game.
I am Aigis. My objective is to exterminate shadows.
I am Aigis. My mission is to destroy shadows.
I'm right by your side, here to protect you forevermore.
Don't worry. I will always be by your side, protecting you.
And in addition, she also lost her more awkward look to her in the portraits, which made her lose even more of that robotic nuance, which I find to be a damn shame. However, to compensate for this, she is now more awkward in her side activities, where she is more rather dumber in her presentation in multiple scenes. Now, I would normally call this Flanderization, but since clankers are dumb IRL, this may actually be realistic, so I won't really complain there. Hey, good thing they didn't fuck with the romance at the very least, since that's actually very important for things to come in the future for her character.
Then there's Konomaru. Yeah, it sounds about right. The only complaint about him is how he just sounds like a fucking dude now. Like, you can clearly tell that's a guy. Other than that, you can do other dog-like stuff with him now, which, well, doesn't really change that much now, does it? It's just a dog. What is there to see? Well, I guess there's the story of him remembering his former owner and whatnot, and him making a promise to you, and that's about it. And I guess I don't really mind that much, since it's an expansion on his character, while being faithful to his character. It's as if what the remake should have done in the first place. But hey, he's still the best dog, and still Morgs Morgana.
And that's it for the main cast, holy shit. Alright, now let's talk about the social link and romance dynamics in this game. Okay, now I find it surprising that barely anyone really covered the social links and romances in this game, because I think they did change them, despite sharing mostly the same situations in their stories. And some of the romances especially was changed a bit. One of the things that irked me was the lack of a jealousy and negligence system, and it kinda makes the unique social link experience of the original game lost to time, since it was replaced by a more traditional checklist-like experience from 4 and 5. So goodbye reverse social links because you cheated on the girls or ignored the boys for too long. They also made the girls' romances completely optional as well, which may sound fine on paper as a quality of life fix, but this has an indirect consequence that I will cover later shortly. And ironically, I think that all these changes to the social link system kinda makes all the links feel less dynamic or lively as a result due to this gameplay change despite the fixes. Okay, so I would say that at the very least, the recreation of the non-romance social links are quite accurate to their original representation, with new voice acting to complement it.
Why would they get a divorce?
Do it!
Which I think is really good. However, there's still some stupid censorship that I have noticed, where they made their respective story tones lighter, and also censored their jokes, which complements the respective characters less. And not to mention, those lines were just hilarious. Why removing? I was laughing my ass off live. Whoa, what the fuck?
It's tough.
Yeah, thanks for the censorship. And speaking of censorship, or at least in my opinion it is, now as mentioned earlier, the romances took a damn hit, and I think this is due to the censorship and how the new romance system is like, where not only is it optional now, but also more platonic coded by default, which affects how certain characters are like. 4 characters are affected by this the most. Yuko and Chiro both received some expansions to their stories to flesh them out a bit, which I do like. Problem is that they reduced their more romantic-like dialogue and actions towards you because they wanted to keep things more platonic by default until rank 8 or 9 rather than whatever early rank they had in the OG game. Fuka herself made a similar fate as them, but more on just the affection side as her story remains the same, with Mitsuru being more unique since she still retained her secret love for you, but her affection stuff was watered down as mentioned earlier in her section in this chapter. The ironic thing about reducing the romantic aspects is that it does affect their character in a nuanced way, especially with someone like Mitsuru who seems less reliant on you thanks to these changes, and Chiro seemingly feeling less shy and awkward, or Yuko feeling a bit less insecure about her looks due to the removal of this scene in Reload. Or additionally, bouncing back to Mitsuru's case, where we don't even get a scene of you protecting her in a "this is my girl" kind of way with how you handled her fiance. Now some may call me Nguner and call it a stretch to call it censorship, but I digress, considering Atlus's current trend. But even then, Atlus contradicts themselves at times. So let's say that in the case it wasn't intended censorship and just a side effect of the new social link system, couldn't they just put the romance or platonic route option around the point where they're supposed to become intimate towards you instead? This would make people who weren't a fan of auto romance happy, and also make romance route fans happy as well. Why can't we have both fan servers, quality life improvements, and story improvements at the same time? Why must some things be sacrificed for one or the other?
I compromised.
Also, hold on. Mitsuru and Fuka's romances, as shown earlier, was actually around rank 8 or 9, yet those were nerfed and not just a mechanical change. So yes, it definitely is censorship then. Well, at least they didn't fuck around with Aigis and Yukari's romances that much. Even though I do know that they kinda reduced this one dialogue choice in Yukari's Christmas hangout scene, but still, I would say that Yukari and Aigis' romances are fine. Same with Elizabeth. Doesn't excuse the other things though. What a mess. Since we're now done analyzing the entire social link experience, what Atlus could have done overall for the social links and romances was to not censor or alter them, while still making romance optional for the girls, but also not toning it down. And also, what they should have done as well was to retain the unique jealousy and negligence system, but this time make it a little bit more transparent. And that was it. Why all this bullshit? Why remove or alter certain scenes that made some of the stories to be a bit more memorable in one way or another, and also removing that unique gameplay mechanic that made the social link experience of the game so unique in the first place, that makes it stand out from the rest of the Persona games. So what do I think overall about this entire chapter, about all these character changes? I can safely say that they changed too much and it made us lose whatever unique character interpretation and dynamics we had for a more mainstream and streamlined approach. We consistently saw patterns of trying to make flawed relationships and hostile characters feel less flawed and hostile respectively, which leads to story tone inconsistencies and an overall more lighter-hearted portrayal. We got patterns of further inconsistencies such as with flanderizations, which just flat out insult certain characters, and other further nuanced changes such as modern day writing, censorship, and even changes to voice acting, and character portraits that even affects how certain characters are liked in a subtle yet noticeable manner. And it just makes me not a fan of the new interpretation for beloved characters and dynamics, because it's like Atlus forgot what made these characters and relationships so special and memorable in the first place. It's like despite trying to improve on them, they just made more problems. And it makes me prefer the original game's interpretations more, since at least there, the character portrayals and dynamics were consistent both in writing and story tone cohesion, and has given us a unique experience to our main cast, our villains, and even the social links and love interests that made them stand out from the rest of the Persona cast, that made them memorable in more ways than one, while at the same time not insulting them. Hello, Editor Boofy down here. And speaking of insulting, there is actually a new dialogue for Junpei that was poured over from Portable. He basically gets jealous that you basically him in Christmas by dating the other girls. Man, the humiliation ritual never really ends. Anyways, back to the normal recording, or censoring them or altering them in varying degrees. This is why it took me a while to get everything together here, and why I went so autistic in this. Because even though most people just gloss over the characters in the game, I can confirm that they have indeed changed in a big fucking way. Just not in a positive way. You gotta like how the dog is for some reason the least fucked character out of everyone else. And I fail to see how some people say that the changes here are positive. And if we think there is a great general positive change to our characters, the Reload's characters may as well be that painting that Mr. Bean had faithfully recreated.
Oh, Jesus!
Meanwhile...
You're back! Oh, thank goodness!
You sure took your damn time! Seriously, you were really stringing us along there.
You had me going. I was starting to think we'd never...
Now, we've already seen how much Atlus have changed our characters in the previous chapter, subtle or otherwise. And thanks to a ripple effect that all previous chapters' topics have had, it also correlates to even broader effects that even affected this chapter, so don't be surprised if some talking points have been repeated.
What? You got a problem with that?
But then again, this is already a repetitive waste of time for a review video. Kinda like this game. But anyways, we need to cover specifically the story's experience through its presentation of its cinematics and its writing, as there is still a lot that bothered me when going through both games, as it too got hit by Atlus's wisdom, both good and bad sorts of wisdom. Alright, now this little section will serve as a little bit of a follow-up from the STX chapter, since regarding the dialogue events in this game, I actually cut that short a bit earlier, as I want to talk about it more here. Now, since obviously Atlus couldn't make 1,000 FMV anime cutscenes, they had to rely on these dialogue events to create a cinematic experience for their dialogue. The problem is that Reload's dialogue events are not cinematic as it used to, due to the combination of a lack of animations and quality direction to the scenes that made them feel alive and, well, cinematic. Some scenes lack animations that complemented their characters and background NPC reactions. Some scenes lack cinematic camera shots that adds a lot of nuance or cinematic quality to them that makes them feel livelier or more impactful in terms of assisting in driving the narrative forward. Some other scenes also lack environmental storytelling now. Meanwhile, some are just flat out unfinished and literally looks like a fucking beta test, for the lack of a better word. And then of course, there's some scenes where some got censored, which leads to the lack of humor.
Coming! Yes, I'll be right there.
In their respective cases, or other kind of nuance related to them, which I think is quite stupid since it just felt like they literally lazily removed or altered them. And finally, we have the certain special scenes in the game that lets the player, immerse themselves by letting you interact with the environment a little bit, such as the stealth section in the Hot Springs event being removed in favor for a more text-based stealth system instead, which is kind of stupid as a side tangent because that shit was just fun, even though it's buggy as fuck, and I don't know why they had to replace this. Akihiko, what did you doing? What the fuck? And I could go on since there's just so many of these that would just overblow this video with how nuanced these changes are. But to Reload's credit, they did have some improvements and fixes to these events, such as extra interactions to interactable events, such as the new Beach Babe hunt scene with new interactions with the NPCs on the beach. Some of the dialogue events even got revamped into a fully cinematic experience. And I fucking wonder why we couldn't see more of this, because most just got fucking butchered due to the flaws above, and I'm honestly stumped to see how there's like almost nobody talking about them, because most of these dialogue and story stuff that you will be getting are from these scenes and not the 2D rendered cutscenes. So you would expect Atlus to actually, at the very least, put some fucking effort into these. So it's just stupid that most of these events just got fucked over. And it just feels like a generally more downgraded experience when it comes to the dialogue events in general. One of my other gripes, which then leads over to the cutscenes, which I'll get into a bit deeper later on when we get to do that, is that the writing itself looks like it was made to become more obvious in its presentation, where dialogue in events had its writing changed to show something more obvious.
What is that? There's something right there. There's something right there. There's something right there.
This type of writing can be found in new linked episodes where it tries to repeat the character's story to you. We don't need to know that Ken is moving on from Shinji's death or know that Akihiko still has a protective will within him. We already know that. However, that's just in terms of repetition, because now we have a bigger issue where the game is so adamant in reiterating its writing that it ends up spoiling the build-up and climaxes of certain story arcs. Two story arcs comes into mind with this, such as Shinji's death and Strega's plot twist, where the new scenes from Ken's linked episodes not only brings repetition but also some over foreshadowing of what will happen in October 4 regarding Ken's motives. Yeah, so much for letting tension silently build up when it seems like the game wants to tell some little foreshadowing about future events, and when I mean foreshadowing, I mean spoiling. A similar pattern then follows with Strega's entire character arc itself, when it comes to discovering their true origins, such as the new scenes with Takaya, which seems to frequently over-foreshadow their origins as experimental persona users. Same goes with other certain scenes. Meanwhile, there's also some other scenes that got altered, such as in their Hangman post-defeat dialogue, where instead of having a more vaguer dialogue that slightly alluded that they were artificial persona users, they now spell it out to you. Like at least the original Jin said things like,
"Is their power that different than ours? For us, it's not that simple. It has to be forced out."
So it can mean a few different things, rather than just saying that we're experiments in multiple varying degrees. And as a result, it ruined Jin's speech at the end, where he fully reveals that they were indeed experiments.
I just pieced together what information Ikutsuki left behind.
You knew Ikutsuki?
He was just one of the researchers who created us. Kirijo Group rounded up orphans from all over and tried to awaken personas in them. When a persona doesn't emerge naturally, it's difficult to control. So, the kids had to take these experimental drugs so their personas wouldn't kill them. Only 3 kids out of the original 100 survived.
So, those 3 survivors were...
Yeah, so much for that fucking surprise, dude. It's like the game doesn't fucking trust us enough to understand what is exactly going on, since it feels like the entire direction of those scenes is just literally dedicated to breastfeeding you. Okay, now this is a big one. Yeah, you know where this is going. As mentioned in the earlier chapter, the aesthetic for the cutscenes took a hit, but even then, that's an understatement. Majority of the cutscenes had a dark, abstract, psychological, and surrealistic look to them, yet at the same time was a bit creative with its artistry with the use of unique animations, depending on what scene it was, which gave every scene a unique look, but also helped set the tone for the game supporting events, story, and themes. But then Reload just takes that and downgrades most of them, either through giving it a more generic, cleaner anime art style, and it also sometimes gives it a lighter tone as well, which creates a tonal disconnect. Or it just feels watered down. But I guess it's time to analyze, huh? So the first problem we have discovered is that the new cutscenes lost the original game's uniquely dark aesthetic to it. Now I don't need to re-explain this because I think I already explained in the intro. However, before we get started, I want to point out that some of Reload's shitty writing flaws will be bleeding out onto here sometimes, so that will have to be briefly mentioned as well.
The first great example of this would be Makoto's awakening. The OG scene was fucking intense.
The cutscene utilizes great usage of its cinematography to build tension. Before Yukari gets eventually decked the fuck out.
Afterwards, Makoto has this build up to his awakening where it flashes surrealistic imagery and using good sound design to intensify the scene. Till he pulls the trigger.
Now that was a great build-up of tension. However, it's not before long until Makoto's awakening was interrupted as Santos rips Orpheus apart in a brutal fashion until it then takes its anger on the nearby shadow, ripping it apart as Yukari can only watch the brutality unfold as this absolute beast pants from its exhaustion and anger before unleashing a booming roar that perfectly encapsulates Thanatos' brutality and savagery. A truly intimidating aura.
When I saw this shit, I was fucking hyped when I first played the game. So what did the Reload do? They fucked it up. There's no build-up anymore. There's not much symbolism anymore, not much surrealism either, and less violence as Orpheus no longer gets ripped apart in graphic detail, and even the Shadow's death wasn't gruesome anymore. Like, does the scene of Thanatos squashing this dude's arm look violent or dark to you? And what are these close-ups? These just look comedic as fuck, and all of them look like deer in the headlights with that shit. What a downgrade.
So there's Mitsuru's confession to the team. Now this scene definitely became soulless. The original scene was presented in a psychological horror kind of way, since it's supposed to represent Mitsuru's memories of the incident, hence the hazy visuals and the monochrome filter, along with this shot here symbolizing that the flashbacks are indeed from Mitsuru's mind. Now that was a creative usage of the game's art style. It's like she's trying her best to recall traumatic events from the past. Meanwhile, Reload's version is just flat out generic and strips all of that horror-like presentation that the original game had. But why? And I guess I just out of things to say because it's really just that generic and that much of a downgrade.
Ryoshi versus Aigis. In this one, Ryoshi and Aigis has a standoff on the bridge, but the way the OG game portrayed it had this psychological horror angle to it, where it was just a flashback, and it was portrayed as if it was through the lens of Aigis' memory bank.
13th Arcana that was never meant to be. And I wasn't in this world for long, leaving me incomplete, as I was when I met you. And find within him and I led him to my 12 missing pieces without realizing it.
Then, the second portion of this scene is where the real good stuff comes into fruition, where after Ryoji is revealed to be death itself, the fight direction in the scene is presented in a more symbolic and surrealistic manner, where the scene shifts into a white void momentarily to symbolize the isolation between their world and Aigis' solo fight against death itself. Additionally, the white void, which has consistently been associated with death throughout Persona 3's imagery, as shown with some of the previous examples, which is why I keep bringing that up, reinforces the idea that Aigis is confronting the very enemy she was made to fight. But that's not all, because shortly afterwards, the scene begins to rapidly shift between the past and the present, as if it was to represent history repeating itself as the fight goes on, until Aigis met her limit and begins to shut down as she begins to have a near-death experience.
I am sorry. I have failed. I'm sorry. I'm afraid.
It's as if she just saw her own mortality for the first time.
So what does Reload do? It reduces the psychological angle with the opening flashback.
Since I was unable to defeat you, my only option was to seal you away. However, under the circumstances, a suitable vessel, a human boy who had the misfortune.
And it places the creative use of history repeating itself and even removing the death symbolism.
It doesn't have to be that way, I guess.
Sorry. I can't carry out my mission. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm scared.
I am sorry. I have failed.
Same vibe, different game. Yeah, this scene got watered down yet again. What's with the sappy direction? Man, so much for that psychological horror feel that we all knew. Oh, and by the way, from here on out, since I've been having a lot of trouble editing and voicing our opinions in a structured manner, expect more of this kind of presentation where we just show the cutscene and then show text explaining the cutscene more in detail on more complex scenes like this one, because we just cannot simply explain these scenes clearly enough on voice alone. Like, it's just very hard to edit. So sorry about that.
I need a medic bag!
Now this is where I slow things down a bit, because I think this is where shit hits the fan, as Shinji's death scene is a bit more divided than I thought. But regardless, I think Shinji's death in the original game was better. Yeah, there I said it. The scene, despite having one lore inconsistency with the lights being on, is actually quite good, as the scene direction focuses primarily on Ken and Shinji's perspective, with both of them suffering the consequences of their action. And then additionally, Shinjiro's POV was portrayed in such an artistic vision, with the hazy first-person perspective representing his dying vision, and his third-person perspective when he dies representing his spirit leaving his body, with Ken's perspective being just multiple close-up shots of him suffering from Shinji's death, and it makes you feel like you were in Ken's shoes. Now, some people may say that C's didn't really get that much screen time to get their POV into this scene, but I would disagree, since they do have some rapid fire shots of their facial expressions that was showcased in a psychological manner, which shows that they were indeed affected by Shinji's death. But then Reload went along and just flat out copies the movie's version of his death. It may not be 100% accurate, precise copy of it, but it's very derivative of the movie, and just ends up losing some of that psychological direction in favor for a more regular movie flair. I mean, sure, it becomes more explicit that it affected C's more, but there was that unique connection between Shinji and Ken primarily that was lost, along with the teen's reaction being more subtle rather than explicit,
Because, you know, I'd rather prefer subtlety.
But also remember the context shit that I said?
Flashback.
Issue where the game is so adamant in reiterating its writing that it ends up spoiling the build-up and climaxes of certain story arcs.
End of flashback.
Yeah, this scene doesn't hit as hard to me because of the linked episodes and hangouts from prior, since those actually did foreshadow a bit of what will happen next a little bit too much. So, yeah. As for Mitsuru's dad's dying, it shares a similar tale to Shinji's death. The scene feels less creepy and it also lost a bit of that psychological flair. Not to mention we also lost certain camera angles that used to complement the scene quite well by giving it an unsettling feel to the situation, which used to build up tension to the scene. But you know what kills this scene for me the most? It's this shot of Aigis remembering C's in a friendship is power kind of manner when she was about to fucking execute him. Like, what the fuck?
Finish them, Aigis!
Oh no, now we have the fucking crappy close-ups again, because the game wants us to clearly see C's obvious reactions to the situation at hand, guys. But anyways, to prevent this script from bloating any further, this is just another watered-down scene that went from having a psychological horror direction as well as having a suspenseful kind of direction to a more watered-down generic direction yet again. But this time, I am more severely disappointed than usual, since Mitsuru's voice actor here, as mentioned in an earlier chapter, was really good.
I became a Persona user so I could protect him.
Yeah, talk about lost potential because of crappy direction choices, man. And speaking of more shitty directions, hey, you guys remember this scene where the guys gets eaten by shadows? Yeah, well, it now just looks like absolute crap. But why? And you know what? I'm just gonna let this scene play out because it is just an absolute disgrace.
At the sound of the tone, the time will be 12 o'clock a.m.
The time is now 12 a.m.
Huh? What the? What's happening to me?
What the fuck was that?
So now we're gonna discuss the game's opening itself. Yes, we are this serious.
I hate gravity!
I think a lot of people have overlooked the opening, so I'm here analyzing this shit. Now, starting off with the original game's opening, the game uses its surrealism and abstract direction to cleverly yet effectively communicate the story, themes, and characters before you even press the fucking start button. The opening scene is filled with numerous symbolism that ranges from symbolisms of death in one way or another to more subtle ideas that you could easily gloss over, like Makoto's duality through the mirror room and evoker shot. Hell, even the themes of duality is even represented in other characters as well, just like with Aigis in this shot right here, along with more nuances to it. Even the wires and the silhouettes of our teammates in this scene represent the themes of connection and bonds within the modern world, which also represents the collective of the masses as well, or just connections period, which also I think is some serial experiments laying shit right here, while also teasing the characters that we will meet up later. But what really makes this opening so damn good. It isn't just because of the symbolism, but also how the pacing and progression is like in the scene's direction. It starts off as calm and mysterious and slowly introducing the game's themes and characters, but also some slight foreshadowing of future events, but it's not in an obvious way. It's more like in a way that you can literally miss this kind of foreshadowing while building up to the evoker shot. And it was fantastic. It used its unique direction and art style to perfectly encapsulate the game's themes, characters, and tone in a subtle yet mysterious manner while gradually progressing from calm to aggressive in visual and audio form before ending off in an ominous yet aggressive way that makes you pumped into playing the game thanks to the mystery and intrigue and the unique direction that this scene has evoked. And this is before we even hit the fucking start button. But what does Reload do? I'm gonna be real, it does try to achieve the same direction philosophy. You know, have a gradual build up from calm to intense in its pacing and using symbolism and music to help introduce the game's tone. However, they fucked up the execution. The biggest issue I had was with the opening was a far more direct direction with its symbolism and foreshadowing. It already showcases our characters, themes, and what have you in a way that reveals way too much before we even get to the evoker sequence that was supposed to be our climax.
Sounds like it's meant to be. Fire in my soul, fire in my heart, till you see me on the other side of doors. Oh, the journey starts from where we did first step. No one's sure what lies ahead before it breaks. Rose wave. Rose baby, muffin dust. We will be somewhere. Nothing easy, get up and go, get it go. Sometimes this journey is about riches, not about the destination, not overall. No matter how far, how you go, how long can they last? Let's go get it burning your
So after all that, despite trying to recapture what made the original's opening click with its calm to aggressive progression, its more obvious over subtle approach kills wherever build-up and impact that it was trying to create. From the more obvious build-up that overshadows story elements, the evoker sequence climax that waters down the impact due to repetition and a bit of that cheesiness as well. The more obvious and somewhat less grim final portion of the opening that doesn't feel as dark and aggressive as it should, and the more hopeful ending with the generally more hopeful song and lyrics that persisted throughout the entire cutscene has brought down this cutscene's impact in my eyes, as it no longer has that dark, mysterious atmosphere that was not only more well directed, but also since it used its dark atmosphere and mystique to build intrigue within you, the player, while watching the intro, and it made you excited to boot up the game, but additionally, it also helped complement the game's dark story. Sure, the animation of the Reload cutscene is more polished, but its direction doesn't hit as hard, and its representation of the game's story in tone is fundamentally reinterpreted and no longer fits the dark story of Persona 3, and that ultimately was its biggest downfall among other issues as discussed prior. And that brings us to the next issue that we have found out, and it was the tonal inconsistencies with the cutscenes, because one of the things that we realized was that the game was trying to attempt to make the game more light-hearted, which can actually cause a bit of a mismatch on the context of the story at times because of this attempt. Now, we already covered what was supposed to be the watering down of the dark scenes, but the thing is, they were supposed to be dark in the first place. It's just that they don't hold a candle thanks to being less dark because of the weaker direction and art style. However, these new ones that we're gonna cover next just doesn't fit at all when complementing the game's themes and tonal context, as they were literally just tonally light-hearted in general. The first example we have is actually the intro itself. Yeah, it's this example again. I'm not gonna go into it again because I just literally explained it, but the new scene is way more hopeful now with more imagery of friendship, along with the lyrics and song itself being way more hopeful. I don't need to explain this much further.
Yeah. Cool. She.
Alright, now the second example itself would be the Yakushima boat scene. Now, I know I said this before already in a previous chapter, but to recap, I don't like this scene because for some reason they made everyone in this scene happy. Even the protagonist is happy, which doesn't make much sense considering the context behind the scene regarding the events prior to the scene.
All we've been doing is cleaning up their mess? You lied to us?
But yesterday, someone made me question my reason for fighting. I was like, fighting is my duty, but hell, it's all I'm good for.
Am I stupid to believe in things like trust and friendship?
That's why I want you to access the Kirijo Group's database.
You mean hack into their system? That's illegal. I'll see what I can do.
And it just made everyone tense before this, which makes perfect sense for the original game's version where everyone was kinda gloomy and it has like this moody feel to it, and then Junpei is just really there, who is the one who's truly happy because, you know, he is a gooner and he wants to see babes in bikinis. So it made sense why the original game had the entire party but Junpei look disinterested, and it also doesn't make sense why they're so happy now in the new Reload version. I mean, sure, Mitsuru is depressed here in Reload, but still, are we just going to forget about what happened in prior events now? And then there's the Kyoto trip itself where it's a little bit more nuanced. Now, the opening scene is a bit more hopeful and calmer in terms of direction in Reload, as it showcases more of the boys' friendship with one another, and of course with Yukari, blatantly reassuring the viewer that Mitsuru made it to the fucking trip.
Thank goodness. She actually made it.
She actually made it.
Like Yukari, I can clearly see that she's fucking there. But anyways, tangent aside, we can clearly see that they tried to give the Reload version a bit of a more calmer, hopeful feel to it. Especially when you compare the original scene side by side, where the original scene felt a bit more uneasy in its direction and not spelling things out to you. And it made sense for it to be uneasy, considering about what happened to Mitsuru's dad. But anyways, we now get to the new photo albums, which, as I have mentioned in a previous chapter, is just way too cheery considering the context behind them. Because throughout this entire trip, the team is trying to move past Mitsuru's dad's death, especially Mitsuru herself. So it doesn't make sense why all of them are just so happy now. Especially in the first batch of pictures where it was during a time before Mitsuru even got over her dad's death. So why is it that everyone else in this photo album in the first batch of pictures are just so damn happy now? Like when you look at the original version, you can see that the team is a little bit uneasy with one another, or a bit uneasy in general. Like it would make sense why they were just not as happy. But even then, after Mitsuru did move on, as shown in the second batch of pictures, it once again just feels way too happy now. It kind of felt like that the uneasiness to the atmosphere of the entire trip just went away within a fucking instant way too quickly. It's like they want to make C's to look like this group of best friends forever. Hey guys, Mitsuru is quite depressed with this trip. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's have fun and shit. Hey guys, Mitsuru feels a bit better now. Yeah, let's fucking go. We're the best crew ever. We're best friends and shit. Let's have a fucking group photo.
Tightest crew ever.
Well, I don't need to really explain why this is quite bad. The game tries way too much to make it feel happy, despite the context behind it. But I guess it is what it is. However, before I wrap this up, I want to point out some of the lost nuances to the cutscenes that was just lost in translation, and I just don't know where to really put this, so... We already know everyone covered this already, so I won't really go that much in depth into it. The scene itself is simply just not chaotic or as tense enough. No rapid cutting between perspectives between Yukari and Makoto to create a unique sense of chaos, as well as that little bit of a nuance with their perspectives, such as with Makoto trying to drown out the world with his music. It also helps build up the tension behind Yukari trying to do something without Gunovers. Talk about the build-up of tension. So what does Reload do?
Just put it to my head. And then pull the trigger. Come on. There's no way I can't!
All that chaotic tension, all that chaotic direction, all that build up to Yukari trying to do something with her evoker is just fucking gone now. But then what gets me, however, when the dark hour does happen, when Makoto eventually arrives at the fucking train station, Reload just fucking cuts the scene off. We just end up missing out on some sick cinematography that the original game once had, that heightened the tension when you try to walk through the dark hour, and along with the mysteriousness and the tension from Ferris's and Yukari's encounters respectively. This is supposed to be the strong opening, the anchor of the game's tone. So what's up with the weaker direction for such an iconic scene? And then we have this cutscene of Tartarus emerging from the ground. Now this may look minor, but there's more to it. There's this one minor change that people seem to have forgotten about. And it's that Reload removed the suspicious stare from Yukari to Mitsuru. And why was this removed? We have no fucking clue. This was supposed to show that Yukari was always suspicious of Mitsuru since the very start, with that stank-eyed look that would then set off a chain of events regarding her suspicion. It's such a tiny detail that complemented Yukari's suspicion arc that people seem to have overlooked for some reason. At least we have the Transformers noises now in this scene, I guess. Then afterwards, we get to the lost Persona 1 motif from Mitsuru's dad's death scene. Yeah, people seem to have overlooked this. During the scene where Ikutsuki throws himself off the roof, the Persona 1 opening motif starts to play. Why remove this? It gave the game some symbolism regarding that bit of connection between games regarding the Naonjo and Kirijo group's knowledge and involvement with personas, as well as making the scene more sadder, but also makes you feel like the past came back to bite you in the ass. Hey, that rhymed. I guess it's just Atlus just forgetting more about their older games. Alright, now we get to this scene in this game where Yukari takes you to school. The scene was supposed to showcase how massive the school is, but then now we just get a fucking flashback to the face instead of how marveling how big it is.
There it is now.
Pulling flashbang.
Then, when you do get to the school, it looks smaller in comparison. And it also lost a bit of the symbolism with the moon floating over the fucking school. And well, I don't need to explain this any more further now, don't I? Yeah, okay, look. Your Honor, I can explain. Now, I know I've been accused of being a gooner for defending this scene before, but I think censoring this scene waters down the context behind it all. Because you see, after this scene, the player is supposed to be tempted by the Shadow's voice into, doing it with Yukari, hence why we had this vision of Yukari showering in explicit detail, because this is supposed to help with that temptation you hear from the Shadow's voice afterwards. Hence why it was this explicit in the first place. You were supposed to be tricked into gooning, and you're supposed to resist the goon temptation. But now, since the scene was censored, what am I supposed to be tempted by now? The fucking Jack Frost shampoo bottle? Like what, we're gonna jack off to the Jack Frost now? Now, I could leave it off here, but it would be dishonest if I said that Reload didn't do anything good, because there are some good things that they have done, which is unfortunately is only an exception. Some of the few good examples that they have added were the new cutscenes to complement certain events, such as the scenes with Yukari's father's goodbye, and Message, which is now a full cutscene, or how Chidori's death is now more impactful thanks to new cinematics. And speaking of more improvements, yes, the bikini scene in the beach is a good addition. Still doesn't make up for the nurse shower scene though. But anyways, despite the improvements of fidelity, unfortunately, the cons outweigh the pros, and most if not all the cutscenes just lost what made the original scenes so impactful, so consistent with the game's story, and also memorable with its unique atmosphere. I guess you could say the same about the dialogue events, and story writing style as well, as it too was fucked with and caused a domino effect, and it just made the overall story experience much weaker. But I guess you could chalk that up to the entire game at this point. And you know what? I think it's time to fucking discuss this more in detail.
Is everyone ready?
Now, as shown with the intro of the chapter, I didn't want to leave out the finale sequences since I was saving that for the last, because I realized something. And it's that I think that the story experience and the game experience as a whole, as mentioned from prior chapters, is weaker, despite improvements overall. So as a result, it just ends up being an inconsistent mess that at times feels like it's against the original game's vision. And for that, I want to showcase the synthesis of the entire video's arguments on Reload's problems so far. A great example of that would be the finale sequences of the game, as it shows the good, the bad, and the lost potential of Reload's execution of its new additions and alterations of the game's elements as a whole in one harmonious manner, to prove that all we have said from previous chapters were not just isolated incidents, since all of that would soon add up into this one massively flawed experience. One such experience that is mixed in terms of technical qualities, and also feels like it wants to challenge the original game's intentions, which would then in turn affect the payoff, and also affect how you view the game.
One last score.
Kicking off with the finale, we finally get to the start of the operation, where Cis is for once truly united with a truly strong resolve. But this payoff, I would say, was lessened because they are already friendlier way earlier in the story. So despite the struggles that they still have in the story, because of their friendlier and more cohesive presentation as mentioned before, it just doesn't hit as hard as the original ones did. Because it looked like they struggled less, because part of their growth was their struggles, and since the original cast struggled more and was overall less happier, when you get to this scene as well as other scenes before and after this one, it felt more rewarding, as it felt like that they truly banded together and felt like true comrades. And because, like I said, Reload Cs is more friendlier, more cohesive, more happier, their payoff just doesn't feel as earned or as triumphant as it should have. But other than that, the operation now starts.
Alright, let's do this.
So, you came after all.
Now, after reaching the two Strega members in their respective fights, their arenas looks like shit, and it lost all of its aesthetical nuance to them, where it now just looks generic rather than looking like you just touched the damn sky. Yeah, so much for feeling like you were on top of the damn world. Aesthetical bullshit aside, what I don't really like was their new sympathetic and also more reasonable villain-esque archetype kind of portrayal in their story, since I do think that it hurts their consistency in their writing. Because it makes them, especially Takaya, look hypocritical in their overall portrayal, as I keep mentioning in this entire video, since he keeps trying to reason with you, yet they do all this extremist stuff while also using dirty tactics in both these scenes and in previous ones.
These miscreants are the ones to blame for the recent tragedies.
Wait, is he talking about us?
And oh yes, speaking about fucking reason, Takaya also still tries to be a bit more civilized in his Reload version of the fight in the beginning, even though his reasonable and civilized mask falls off later on. But anyways, not only that, but I'm also supposed to be more sympathetic Yeah, okay, maybe more sympathy towards Jin, since he is a bit more angry on Takaya at least. Still doesn't make up why the striker group is more rival-like than pure villain in Portrayal though. But regardless, I'm sorry, but their tragic backstory does not excuse their actions. If you're an opposing force who stands to threaten all people with their ideals, I won't shed a damn tear for them or even consider them to be rivals, but rather my enemy. And remember that surprise that was supposed to be fully revealed here, where there was supposed to be a group of experimental persona users? Well, thanks to how they treated Jin and Takaya from earlier with how much they overshadows the surprise, the twist doesn't hit as hard. And it's not like I really care about these guys, since whatever new portrayal that they have really doesn't make me feel like they were improved at all, but more on just being even more muddy due to the inconsistencies with their portrayal and writing, which greatly affects their character portrayal and overall end payoff. I don't even know what to say about their gameplay part since I beat them first try, so they still felt like a fucking pushover, health gating bullshit aside that is. And on a side note, the event direction for Jin's death sucked ass. It looks so fucking stilted by comparison and doesn't even make much sense now with how he's not that injured anymore in this scene, and yet you still leave his ass there. It's also less dark as he no longer pulls a grenade on himself.
Very end.
Rated M for mature.
But yeah, anyways, fuck these guys. So once again, after taking in that view on the penultimate floor where it once again used to look like the top of the world, we now reach the top floor, and this scene just doesn't hit as hard as it just looks like any other Dark Hour scene rather than the original's unique appearance that gave off a feeling of some bad shit about to go down. And speaking of bad shit going down, this scene even lacked the 2D cutscene of Nyx arriving, and the new 3D cutscene that it added in its place doesn't feel as good, as it felt less ominous and less menacing due to the changes in its direction. But anyways, the fight then begins, you know, after Ryoji's more sympathetic dialogue.
Ryoji-kun.
That was my name for a time. I almost miss it.
That was my name for a time. I didn't mind it.
I'm tired of running. Living means looking death square in the face, so I won't back down. Not even from you.
I'm sick of running away. Living means looking death square in the face, so I won't back down. Not even from you.
Well, anyways, the fight then begins.
Victory at all costs! We can't afford to lose.
Now, I'm not gonna mention how bad this arena looks again, but I want to point out how the presentation of this fight changed instead beyond its aesthetics. The original game made you feel like an ant compared to Nyx, which gave her such a menacing figure since they have a special camera angle here during this fight where it's angled in a way to make you feel like you're staring at a fucking giant. Well, it's kinda still there in Reload, but it doesn't look as intense or as personal since the original camera angle was positioned in a way where it looked downwards to up, while Reload opted for a generally zoomed out look. So in terms of camera angle of the default battle cam, it does lose out on the nuance on helping intensifying the battle and also making it feel more personal. And I don't know why they did that, considering the other camera angles in the fight looks decent in Reload. That's not even getting to this new dialogue where it made her seem more sympathetic as she still remembers that she doesn't want to see you suffer in this fight.
I want you to suffer, but the time for that is long past. Is this really what you desire? Well, I already know the answer. Very well, let us continue until the world meets its end.
And I think that just makes her less menacing, as she doesn't feel as convicted to fight you as she used to, where she almost had no hesitation within the fight. Not to mention the more menacing voice acting, as I probably have shown earlier as well.
Yet the arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Beyond the beaten path lies the absolute end. It matters not who you are. Death awaits you. shall perish.
Ryoji's role as Nyx is to bring death upon the world. There should be no hesitation. Part of that thing that I remember the most about Nyx's fight was that Nyx used to show no fucking mercy. Just fucking why? It just made her less menacing. What I will praise here, however, is that they buffed Nyx's fight here in Reload by making her more challenging on the hardest difficulty, since you could easily overlevel and out-cheese her with 999 HP in the original game among using more advanced equipment. And yes, I have fought her solo in both versions on the hardest difficulty. And yeah, the remake version actually made me fail like 3 times before beating her.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Get the fuck up!
Later.
Meanwhile, I was busy shit-talking her in FES and finishing her off with a level 16 Jack Frost with Niflheim. Fuck you! Brute force!
Get what you
brute
fucking
force!
deserve.
Brute force! 235!
Okay, overlap.
Oh look, she died from Jack Frost! Most powerful entity my ass, death itself my ass. She fucking hoe. So at least they made her menacing in the gameplay part. The music sure got worse now though. As I mentioned in the music chapter, where several instrumental nuances just doesn't hit the right notes anymore, and it just doesn't complement the intense fight as it used to. So overall, just a fucking inconsistent experience with this fucking scene. So despite some improvements on the gameplay side, the overall presentation of the fight is still weaker and less intense than the original experience, and doesn't have the same experience when finally reaching Nyx compared to the original game. It just doesn't hit as hard. Anyways, after beating her, or at least what it seems like that way, Nyx still rises from her defeat, and it truly made you feel like you failed to stop her as she rises to merge with the moon and to start the apocalypse. However, there are some massive failures in this presentation of the sequence. In Reload, when Nyx rises from her defeat, it starts off as a dialogue event, but since Reload has overall scuffed cinematography, it just lost that nuance in the camera work. But that's just an appetizer, because when it does turn into the 2D cutscene, the Aigis cutscene used great use of the cast brief exclamations and other nuances to add onto the scene's tension.
The moon. Oh, what is that?
This can't be real.
Soon it will descend upon us. Upon us all.
Meanwhile, Reload treats you like a retard.
What is that? It's the moon. It kind of looks like Ryoji-kun's getting pulled into it. No, wait. It's the moon that's being pulled down to us!
You're kidding me. Are you saying that Nyx is the moon itself?
It's coming. Soon it will descend upon us, crashing into the earth.
I'm blind.
Atlus.
Not stupid.
However, they did try to improve on the apocalypse's effects on the public in its cutscene. Well, kinda. The original cutscene was shorter, but it made great usage of weirdly angled camera shots to drive home the chaotic and unsettling feel to the scene, while also using violence in a short yet effective manner that drives home that the world is truly going to shit. Meanwhile, the Reload scene did extend the scene as a form of improvement. However, it did lose that chaotic camera work that complemented the scene well. Not to mention, the violence was also toned down when the shadows attacked, even though there was more of them. And that in turn made the scene feel flatter in execution, because it just doesn't feel as chaotic or as dark as it should have been. So after this shocking revelation that the end of the world is happening as we know it, we tell Takai to shut the fuck up about this situation.
Shut up! Shut up, Carl!
And then that apocalypse truly starts and Seas is overwhelmed. But Reload's presentation of this sequence is fucked overall once again. The sequence where they were overwhelmed is now just a fucking dialogue event, which then loses out on that cinematography flat out. The original scene was chaotic in its direction and really made you feel like everything was going straight to shit as C struggles to stand up against Nyx progressively.
Why resist that which is inevitable? You'll only suffer.
Oh, damn it! I won't back down!
I've made up my mind. I'll fight till the end!
Ken! Son of...
We have come this far. I will not submit!
Until you lose consciousness. And now we just have this extremely stilted presentation that is just an absolute joke in comparison, where it just lost that chaotic and hopeless feel that the original scene had.
What is this? It's like something's crushing me.
Even the voice acting got fucked. Everyone seemed very disinterested in Reload, Yukari especially.
We made our choice. We staked our lives on it.
I've made up my mind. I'll fight till the end.
Why resist that which is inevitable? You'll only suffer.
Why? What good will it do to rise up? Just give in.
Meanwhile, it's only just Junpei here who sounds like he's actually trying, even though he actually sounded like he was going more Super Saiyan than anything else. Anyways, after losing consciousness, you are treated to a shot of chaos ensuing in the streets below. Meanwhile, our social links then watches the entire situation unfold silently. Now, even though I praise the social links being voiced now, since they actually now verbally react to the apocalypse in Reload,
what on earth?
I think that this scene was more impactful in the original game, more due to better cinematography and also letting the silence of the social links say a million words rather than showing their numerous reactions to the situation. However, the real improvement from Mila's voice acting did come in clutch when you now hear all their voices calling out to you during your time in the Velvet Room.
I'm okay right now, and it's because you gave me the courage to stand on my own.
I'm here for you too, kid.
So that's nice. Anyways, after grabbing the World/Universe Arcana card is where Reload falls off yet again, where upon reaching your destination, Reload for some reason is missing yet another cutscene here, because the original game actually had one, and the original game's cutscene direction actually made this destination feel ominous. And the original game's direction of this scene was ominous as it should be, considering what happens next. And speaking of what happens next, the sequence where Makoto inevitably flies to the moon was also inferior yet again in Reload, goddammit. The original scene had better cinematography and direction yet again, where after regaining consciousness, the entire crew got so fucked up they can't even stand up anymore. Not even on their own knees, before you suddenly get up and slowly walk and levitate towards Nyx as your friends desperately cry out to you to not go.
No, don't go!
While at the same time they also try to get up to stop you, to which of no avail.
Stand up!
Why? After all we've been through! Stop! Don't do this! Come back!
Which made this scene feel dramatic and also gave a sense of hopelessness from the team's perspective. Now the real version plays very similarly, but thanks to the less chaotic and hopeless direction to it, it kinda gives the scene a bit of a cheesy and sappy feel, if I'm being honest. I mean, just look at this.
Hey, you can't be going out there by yourself.
No, don't go!
No, wait! What are you doing?
Damn it! Why?
Why the hell can't we get up?
Don't do this! We've already come so far to get—
And Junpei becomes, well, he tries his best Max Payne 3 impression, let's just say.
God damn it!
God damn it! God damn it!
Why aren't you listening? Come back!
The same direction issues then follows to the next sequence, where you do enter outer space, since the original game actually had a very melancholic direction to it, where the scene focuses heavily on Makoto's facial reaction, as it felt like he had some sort of remorse in his eyes, as he leaves his friends behind before facing Nyx in its true form. Meanwhile, what Reload did was just making outer space look fucking pretty? It just looks like an aesthetical overload now, rather than a showcase of Makoto's true feelings during the moment, which made the scene feel less sad and less intimate in my eyes. However, the real kicker here is how the final fight is handled. Now, when you enter Nyx's true domain and face off against your true form, every presentation element makes this scene feel like the ultimate battle against all odds. Burn My Dread last battle plays, and it feels like this one massive hype builder in its instrumentation and lyrical execution to build courage within you, the player. Meanwhile, the camera work and sound design from her attacks make you seem like an extremely minuscule entity going against something otherworldly. Then, after taking some of the punishment from Nyx as the battle goes on, you hear voices of your friends cheering you on as you slowly regain footing but keep getting stronger and stronger as this shit goes on.
Take my life if you must!
Yeah! I'm willing to risk mine too! He's going to face it all by himself!
No, he's not alone! I won't let him die!
Alright, let's do this.
There's the man's plan, never survive. Invisible hands are behind you just now. If you ever win that race against rage, then you became cause it's no man's land. Masters in heavy rain, ultimately name, make shots slay. What they've done is in vain. Down in 1847, 24/7, but you got 11.
Then after that, after you gather all that energy, you use the Great Seal, and then boom. And that was brilliant. The scene used both visual and auditory presentation elements to showcase the intensity of the scene. Not to mention the absolute banger of a fucking song that helps it even more. A perfect conclusion to the final battle, if I might add. But Reload dropped the fucking ball here. We lost a camera angle that used to showcase Nyx and her domain as this massively overbearing place that no one can comprehend normally because it just kind of looks generic. Like, just look at these comparisons. I have to also mention Nyx's attacks itself because her attacks just doesn't sound as intense as it should be. And then the entire sequence against her feels less epic as the music doesn't hit as hard because the lyrics is now crap as it now changed to a power of friendship kind of thing. And not to mention that the instruments and the vocals just sound quite bad. And it also kind of brings down that sequence where your friends cheer you on.
Give him strength! Take my life if you must! out if you have any.
Give him strength! Take my life if you must!
You got to let it move first, let it out, let it down, let it let it jam to press. Let's get it up. What you gonna do is drop the hammer down, drop, run, drop, hammer, take it like a labor.
You better come back from this! You hear me?
Yeah! I'm willing to risk mine too!
I'm not letting him die! I won't let him die!
We don't even get to see a fade to silence when performing the Great Seal anymore, which reduced that impact brought on by the contrast of the scene's audio direction from loud to dead silent. So what the fuck happened? This was supposed to be the final battle. How can it be this flat in comparison? Oh, and also, KIWAMI Green. This was supposed to be a showcase of one last desperate push against Nyx that ended in your sacrifice. But now it just feels more calmer and more of a traditional heroic kind of standoff thanks to the presentation changes, especially with how it's more friendship coded now thanks to the new lyrics. Yes, I know it's about drawing strength from your bonds, but that's still more friendship is power coded than it should be. And that's not even mentioning the general alterations to the scene, both in terms of audio-visual presentation and also its tonal direction that just made the scene lose that nuance and impact in its execution. And it just feels flat as fuck in comparison, if you ask me. But at the very least, they didn't fuck up this scene where Seas goes into space themselves after you sealed Nyx. Or is this a Sea of Souls in the Persona lore? Well, either way, the voice acting in Reload here is actually pretty good.
No, that can't be. Try again. He can't be the only one. The hell are you saying? That's impossible. Try again. He can't be the only one.
In fact, we came here expecting to die. So why only him?
In fact, we came here knowing we would most likely die.
And it really does feel like that the better emotional delivery of the cast truly shined here in Reload. And it did help this scene become a bit better. So yes, I will praise Reload a bit here. Well, except for Yukari, of course.
Answer me! I know you're listening!
Answer me! I know you can hear me!
Yukari bullshit aside, my praise ends here because of what happens next. Because when Tartarus eventually vanishes and you return is when the bad cutscene direction rears its ugly head yet again, as the game shows its crappy writing. Like,
What's up with Tartarus?
It's finally happening. Everything's going back to normal. Everything's going back
to normal.
Our job is done.
Good job, everyone. Wait, is that...
Like, yes, we know Tartarus is vanishing. Yes, we did it. And yes, Makoto has returned. It's not even just the writing needed that, as you can see here, where the scene turns into this weird hybrid of a 2D cutscene and a dialogue event, which kills the cinematography direction of the original game. But it's not like that matters, since the direction itself is just so damn weak and, dare I say, so less in this scene, as it just feels like a generic, sappy, and friendly reunion anime scene in Reload.
The team's all here.
Leader. Huh? Oh no, I won't stop. What's wrong with me?
Meanwhile, the original game scene used silence as its greatest driver to this feel in this fucking cutscene as you silently watch Tartarus slowly vanish as the team smiles together with no more worries. And well, I'm just gonna let this play out. Yeah, I gotta admit, I don't need to over-explain why this entire Nyx operation is quite bad in general. Yeah, sure, it has some improvements, but it just has so many presentation issues that makes what should be the climax of the entire game feel flaccid by comparison and just doesn't have the same payoff as the original game did. But hey, on a more positive note, after all this Nick's business is done, I would say that March's finale sequence of this game is both of Reload's greatest strength, but also a great final example on how Reload could have done so much better if they had just stuck to the original direction a bit more, due to the lost directional identity and nuance that some of the scenes had.
Stick to the fucking plan!
Not to the point of making it bad, mind you, but makes you feel like that something was missing, yet still good. Now to begin, the aesthetics of the entire ending sequence was greatly overhauled with the additions of cherry blossoms that adds onto the feeling of finality during your final days on Earth. And what better time to spend your final days on Earth than to do it with your friends, and they nailed this aspect thanks to the new voice acting.
Don't tell me. You're Tatsuya?
Look into my eyes.
If you don't mind, maybe we could have dinner?
I'm Chris Hansen.
What a great use of a year. However, they did lose a bit of ominousness to the dorms as it now plays music, which was kinda odd considering the point that it was supposed to foreshadow something bad is about to happen. Yeah, it's kind of weird that the dorms now has music, to be honest. I don't know why they did this, but anyway. We finally get to the graduation scene where they, once again, actually made it better, IMO. Since they actually fixed up the continuity errors that was found in the original cutscene, where they now add Ken and Koromaru since they used to be missing. Not only that, but it also feels very much more light-hearted in tone, which this time I will not shit on Reload because this is supposed to be a truly happy time for the entire team. Enough said.
Let's go. They're waiting.
Hello, this is a ceremony. We're not done.
And then the good stuff then even continues on to the rooftop scene at the end, where it felt not only more cinematic, but also intimate in its own way as you spend your final seconds with Aigis.
We fought side by side. We faced the world's end. And now, I'm finally beginning to understand what it was I'd been searching for. I always wondered what it really meant to live.
After fighting alongside you and facing the world's end, I finally began to understand what it means to live.
Because I'm positive, if I do it for you, then nothing's a waste. My life will have meaning.
I know I'm not the only one who can do this, but that's okay. My life will be worth living if it's for this reason.
So, thank you.
You're right.
I see it now. I have friends. We support each other through thick and thin. Not everything needs to be for some greater...
Hey!
I realize now that I have friends as well.
In a moment, the others will be joining us. It'll be okay. I'm right by your side, here to protect you forevermore.
And I gotta admit, that was actually a pretty good ending. However, despite the scene being actually good, I can't help but feel also torn up about it because of the loss of the original direction of the scene, where this scene was portrayed in a more surrealistic manner that gave it a more euphoric feeling, for the lack of a better word. I mean, fuck dude, just look at this. Aigis is a human now.
Don't worry. I will always be by your side, protecting you.
Now, I'm not bagging on Reload's scene that it had, since like I said, it's pretty good. But what I'm saying is that it could have been better if it had stuck to recreating the original direction. The same trend of lost directional nuance then follows onto the credit sequences, where even though, like I said, I actually like this, I would say that this credit sequence is very good due to the extra symbolism. I would have liked it if they followed up more on the original direction of the credit scene, where it was more abstract. This trend even follows the new main menu, where it changed to better represent the ending, which, well, I really do like. I actually do like the new ending main menu. But I still can't help but feel like they could have done more if they followed the original game's art style. Like, imagine a new post-game menu after the game ends in FES's art style. Like, they really could have done a lot more. So what I'm basically saying is that despite the March ending sequence being, in my opinion, the greatest and strongest sequence in Reload's favor, they could have done so much more had they stuck to the original direction. And you know what? I think that this entire breakdown of Reload's finale sequences as one massive synthesis of the elements that we have talked about in prior chapters perfectly encapsulates the entire Reload experience as a whole. On one hand, it was messy, inconsistent, and mostly bad, as shown with the example of the next operation. But on the other hand, they still have some improvements and some good things, as shown with the example of the March ending sequences. But despite the good things that they added, they have indeed missed out on a greater opportunity to both improve on the game, but also recapture the original direction that made it special in the first place. So now, after breaking all of that down, I guess you could say that Reload changed things, and it fucked up a bunch of things as a consequence. We lost a unique atmosphere, and it's also fucking green. The unique gameplay narrative connection was fucking changed, and the way it was presented as well was changed. The character dynamics and the writing were fucked with. The music became a clusterfuck that I can't be bothered to re-explain, and the story writing got worse. Yada yada yada. And I would say, yeah, absolutely, they fucked up Reload. But not only that, it does feel like Persona 3 took whatever P4, 5, and Purple had, then they put it in a blender, and out came Reload, and it ended up this way with mostly cons and some pros. But FEMC is still fucking cancelled. Yes, I know, it sounds like another Persona 3 lost its identity or her Persona 3 lost its soul kind of argument again. Yes, I fucking know. Video over, that's fucking it. See you in the next one, guys, right? But the thing is, we only really judge Persona 3 Reload as a remake. Because you see, the main issue I have is not because Reload changed things to the point where it lost its identity, or how it led to the mixed results of execution in terms of its quality and its faithfulness to the original game, but rather the intent and motives behind the changes. And no, it's not just because they were trying to merge more successful Persona games into Persona 3, or to give it a modern facelift, or contradicting themselves. No, because what I have here leads to an even greater fucking picture that may get me on a goddamn watch list somewhere, because we all know where this is going.
My vision is augmented.
Censorship. Now regarding this, many people consider Persona 3 to only be slightly censored, with changes to certain bits of dialogue and jokes being too spicy for the modern day. The same goes for the fan service, where every girl now looks like they will run to the damn printing press with how flat that they are now. And regular viewers of my channel would probably already know this, considering that I usually make fun of this in my streams.
Just the beginning.
Look at that! I keep pointing it out because I'm so used to flat Mitsuru in in Reload. And of course, how would I forget about the romance scenes getting nerfed, as I said from earlier. But with censorship comes with modern writing trends, which then in turns comes with the hypocrisy. As you guys may have already noticed in previous chapters, there are scenes that were added in return that made the boys look like a bunch of morons or magically incompetent at certain times, as seen with the numerous flanderizations and humiliations in Reload that I've shown throughout this entire fucking video already. Man, you see how fucking repetitive Reload's problems are? And simultaneously, making some of the girls look like they're either the smartest in the room or need less help, and so it goes on depending on the fucking scene, since it's just so damn nuanced, and I'll just let the editing do its work here. It's like they want to find a way to turn the joke and the imperfections towards the boys a bit more and make the girls look less imperfect or less picked on in terms of jokes, along with well, a certain someone. We're not gonna get into that right now, okay? But anyways, so much for not having any bias, and so much for reducing offensiveness when it's just aimed the other way around. It's very subtle, yes, very subtle, but it's noticeable. Now, yes, I know the boys still got shit onto in the original game, but the thing is, it's not that common, even though it's still fucking stupid, as I think I mentioned earlier in the video that they shot themselves in the foot with that. It was not as common at the very least. I don't need to re-explain this. Now, some people may say, oh, you're just a gooner, you want the fan service, blah blah blah, look at this fucking chud. There's nothing but subtle changes that change nothing. But that's not my point. As a matter of fact, if this changed nothing of importance, why are these changes here? Oh, believe me, this goes beyond just the subtle changes. The point here is that these censorships and modern writing garbage can affect the context behind the scenes, and even the writing, because in regards to context, it does change their character in a way that makes them inconsistent, as shown in several parts of the video, especially in the character portrayal chapter, which is just a fucking mess, wherein the alterations can insultingly reduce the quality of the characters that they accompany at times. The flanderizations and humiliations of the boys insult their backstory and behavior, as shown earlier as one example. And then on another hand, it ironically made some of the girls like Mitsuru, for instance, less affectionate but also less likable in her portrayal, which is an insult to her character considering the backstory and events towards her that happened, as an example. But that's not all. Look at the atmosphere and tone, all sanitized. Look at the character dynamics aside from the modern writing bullshit, all sanitized too, even to the point of majorly changing some dynamics to make it seem friendlier or less hostile to give off a warmer feeling to the game, and other nuances. And the general problem with this is that, as we've seen throughout the entire video, is that this sanitization or censorship or whatever you want to call it, along with modern writing trends, can fuck with a lot of context with the general experience of the game, and even how impactful certain narrative beats play out, or how consistent certain elements play out, because no matter how unacceptable a piece of content is, the context is affected, and in return also affects the intent behind these narrative elements and decisions beyond just the controversy. Hell, it even affected how Persona 3's identity was due to the watering down of its elements. But you guys can probably put 2 and 2 together from way earlier in the earlier chapters, huh? Because if you may have noticed, yes, this pattern sanitization just goes beyond just nerfing boobies. Now, I'm not saying all of Reload's issues and changes were because of censorship or sanitization, because we already know that some are due to legitimate skill issues or deliberate game design decisions. But where it gets muddied, however, is that some of these game decisions, as mentioned from earlier, were the lighter tone stuff from the more successful Persona games as mentioned prior, acting as an indirect influence for sanitization. But judging from how the industry is going, I digress. We'll get into that more later in a bit, because regardless, sanitization is a contributing factor when it comes to the issues of changes, especially when it comes to being faithful to the original game's identity and intent. And on an ironic side note, they can't even keep the sanitization consistent. But anyways, the reason that I just wanted to point this out is that too many people just think that Reload was just slightly sanitized and that the censorship is just isolated incidents. However, this act is about why Reload ended up to be this way, not just the grievances that I have with all this stuff, because there's more to it than just sanitizing the game, since I did mention the industry, right? Because unfortunately, the patterns of changes towards Reload was just a part of a massive influential drive from the industry itself, especially regarding the sanitization of the experiences, thanks to regulation factors such as A. Policies, where East Asian games are forced to water down mature content, such as fan service or dark content, due to age rating and storefront policies, or risk not getting launched at all for certain regions. B. Financial incentives, where the further sanitization for global appeal is further incentivized by rather controversial methods like ESG scores, rewarding makers to sanitize their game to make it more acceptable to a global audience. And since the studios are so fucking big and wants to make more money, they'll fucking buy it. And yes, devs do sanitize their games because of this, as shown with their actions and statements, even if some are less direct than others. Hell, if you want a bare proof of that, you can simply compare the games and their actions before and after the ESG era. And when I mean about the ESG era, I mean post 2015, since that's the time when ESG initiatives are starting to accelerate in Japan. Because even before game devs openly announce their ESG thingy, their actions start to slowly become ESG coded, which is to sanitize things down for a more global audience and sensibilities, thus creating a pattern of mass sanitizations. Now, does it sound like a fucking coincidence? Yes. But is it one? In my opinion, no. I do not believe in coincidences. Because corporations often anticipate market trends before the public does. And at the very least, even if I do get shit wrong here, the patterns of sanitization post 2015 is very hard to not notice. This could also have something to do with the storefront policies from way earlier as well, since some of the store holders do practice ESG nowadays. Okay, I know. I use fan service as a dominant example, and I had to, because it's the most obvious one that got affected by this push for a global audience and also getting paid for it. However, I'd like to argue that companies are also increasingly becoming more aware on how certain dark themes and content are perceived towards everyone, since this dark content does create market risk and could not be appealable to a wider audience, which could explain alterations towards Reload itself, as Persona 3 does deal with sensitive issues, especially regarding Sudoku related material such as content warnings against it, and also could be a reason on why certain evoker animations got toned down, where it just looks less M-rated in fucking Reload, if you get what I mean. Maybe the same discussion can be applied to other games as well, where even though they said that age ratings as the reason for altering dark content, they could very well be still valid, don't get me wrong, but it's still worth considering due to the appeal of trying to be more generally appealable to a wider audience. But now that we got that cleared up, let's move on to the next factor, because I think a lot of this stuff is better saved for a bigger and better video before I burn more energy. Now, localization was always a thing, but what sets it apart from today and yesterday is that they now deal with current global sensibilities, which from what we have seen earlier was really just Western sensibilities of today, which is a cultural and political mess. I'm not even gonna bother to explain more about it. And yes, this canon will result in censorship and other alterations to content towards the games for social reasons and global appeal. But since this is an overlapping problem with my previous point, I won't show too much here. Just note that they have something to do with those content changes as well, because they're not just text changes. But what I do want to cover, however, are the ones behind these localization changes, since localization is just general content screening about what's acceptable, right? However, these localization teams call themselves different things depending on what company they belong to. Sometimes it's an ethics group, but regardless of that, their fucking actions and end results are still the same. So yeah, it's basically another layer of be globally acceptable trend. Another layer of censors, basically. Not much to say here. However, that basically sums up the three biggest industry patterns that we have seen, at least to my knowledge, that contributes behind Reload sanitization and mainstreaming their edge away, including some other games I had to use as evidence to prove that this is a massive industry issue. But the other reason I want to bring that up is because I think that Sega and Atlus are some of the more egregious ones in the industry, in my opinion, aside from other developers, for sanitizing that edge away, as shown with some of the titles they have outside of Persona, such as Tokyo Mirage, where main themes in major scenes regarding both fan service and dark themes as well got fucked, which was originally just for the Western localization. But then this crap somehow got applied to Japan as well when it came to its enhanced re-release. And not only that, but they're also known for hiring quite the controversial localization figures, who I won't say that much about, but let's just say that they're quite controversial for a reason.
What the hell is even that?
I don't need to explain how bad this could be. Once again, no harassment, but this needs to be stated out of informational purposes.
But anyways, before I go off in a little tangent, I just want to say that the reason I'm particularly pissed at all of these things that has happened in the industry is that if you piece together the patterns, they have definitely sanitized Persona 3's experience for these factors because of the industry today. Now, even though I did say some sanitizations are indirect influences from gameplay and narrative and thematic transplants from other Persona games as said from earlier, these factors are definitely, without a doubt, the major reason to Persona 3 getting toned down. As a matter of fact, even Atlus had the slip of a tongue admitting to toning down their game deliberately behind the scenes and even having debates about it.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Something they would very likely not do if this was back during the time the OG game was made. Yeah, that right there is just censorship at the very core creative process of the game, which is flat out bullshit. And the reason I'm quite pissed at this trend of sanitizing and mainstreaming games is because it ruins the creative mind behind the games themselves. Look at the older stuff Atlus used to make before they went mainstream, Persona 3 included. Their stories used to be consistently dark or have a bit of edginess in them. However, they were free in the way that they were making their games for the most part. Look at their old demon designs for one example. Or hell, maybe even Maki Sonomura's design influence, which I may or may not have discovered who that was. Anyways, but what used to set Atlus apart from where I stand with limited knowledge of the Megaton franchise is that they were able to make games with dark and even edgy elements, but were able to turn it into a unique and memorable experience with good writing for the most part. One such example is Persona 3 in of itself, where rather than just exploring the themes of death, but also explains about the philosophies on how to live one's life and how humanity has an inner desire to wish for their own death, which is quite relevant for today's world. Something that the devs have explored in their interviews regarding their observations of human life that I may have shown earlier already, where they describe modern human life has grown disconnected from traditional sources of meaning and value behind life itself. And I think people underestimate what Persona 3 was trying to say regarding death, since it was also talking about why people would even just stop caring about life itself. And this goes for all of humanity, not just because of Japan's lost generation or whatever, but for everyone. The patterns are fucking there. But anyways, sure, it has spacing problems and some writing problems in of itself, but it got the fucking job done and was a unique experience in its own way via the execution of its elements, as dark or as risque it may be, or how inaccessible some gameplay elements could be. And that was Atlus's core quality trait to them. Their identity was not just edge for the sake of edge, but it was edge with substance and taking risks. But when you take that away because of the mainstream industry reasons, you lose that identity of not only the game, but also the ones who made it. I mean, when you look between interview statements of old and new Atlus, you can clearly see the difference in their creative intent. Talk about a massive fucking world of difference. And on the other hand, since this is an East Asian dev problem, just imagine the amount of content and unique experiences we could have had if it wasn't for these restrictions, because these restrictions are still ongoing for various games and franchises. Reload could have been more closer to the original if it wasn't for that crap.
You know what's worse than that? This is a version that everyone will now remember. Look at how Atlus marketed the game. Look at most of the reviewer and some influencer reception, which is also part of marketing. Look at the fan discourse. Most if not all portrays Reload as the better way to play the game. They see these surface level additions like better graphics, more narrative content, and people will buy into that crap, even recommending the game towards others who doesn't even have knowledge of the original game for a frame of reference of quality.
Dude, what is this thing? Oh! Whoa! That was insanely cool. The aura in that scene is just, that's some like hardcore shit. Like, I'm gonna be real.
Even Atlus recommends you do this, by the way. As a matter of fact, even some fan discourse got pretty toxic at times, where it just felt like you weren't allowed to critique the remake at all without getting a ton of backlash because of nostalgia or whatever other dismissive arguments people made. Okay, sure, fan discourse is more mixed these days, and those toxic guys aren't always everywhere, A lot of discussion is more civil, but still, the general reception still holds up Reload in a generally positive way. And all of this just created this one public image that Reload is just the better game to play. But that's my problem, because when you do that, you end up not only losing the identity of the game, but then you end up replacing it by a version that is actually more sanitized and more appealable for everyone, thus sacrificing whatever the original game stood for in its artistry and the creative drive behind it. Because these two games were literally made in such completely different times, where one was made in a time where the developers had such radical ideas to make a game like this, and to also save their ass from bankruptcy. And that created a once-in-a-lifetime creative chemistry between the developers. And that is just simply irreplaceable. But then the other version is just made to be more marketable by being sanitized. Yeah, funny how when they said they wanted to make Persona 3 more appealable to other people during the time of its original release, they actually meant to make sure that the game would reach more people, but not make the game safer and less radical. Yeah, that's a big fucking turn of events, huh? And yet we just treat this remake is better because of what? Because of the additional stuff that they added in? How come we're literally treating games as something to be always improved upon? Like something is way too old, now we gotta fucking replace it. Like we're trying to treat it like a disposable piece of shit. It's just not right at all. With this logic, you may as well call a 90s sports car icon outdated because newer models are faster and have more tech in it. And it is such a shallow way of judging games. And I wouldn't really call Persona 3 FES itself as outdated neither. I went through the entire game on hard, no mods, just fast forwarding on the emulator for grinding stuff, and even enduring some of the more problematic bosses. Now even though I will admit that the balancing was a bit rough on hard, though I would think that it's because of that fucking compendium prices and some miscellaneous bullshit moments. Fuck you! The controls were not an issue for me, nor were the loading times, nor were the frame rate or the graphical presentation of the game at all. The party AI were dumb at times, sure. However, they can be negotiated with the party commands, although I will admit that the party commands could have been a bit more clear on how it really worked and what they actually did. And the party AI itself is really just more or less decent on general battles. I would say they would only really become a bit of an issue during boss fights. Well, Tartarus boss fights that is. Because on the main story mode bosses, they're usually just fucking fine. It's just those Tartarus bosses. But even then, I think that might have something to do with how fucking hard mode was. Overall, I don't think it's that everything is that bad. So how was this really outdated? It's as if because of Atlus marketing and the fan discourse that we had, we just start to collectively forget about the original Persona 3. Want an example? Here, I'm gonna boot up a fresh YouTube session and search up Persona 3 on the search bar. And what do you know? It's all Reload related! Except a few. Even then, when you go towards how some of these videos are, like Atlus's vid for Persona 3's 20th anniversary for example, the songs that they have are supposed to be a tribute for the game. However, most if not all of them are fucking Reload versions. We don't even get a shout out to Burn My Dread. Whose 20th anniversary is it? This video is just an advertisement for fucking Reload. So if someone were to look this shit up, they're just gonna see Reload and then they're gonna think that is Persona 3. And to further amplify this trend of just forgetting about the original game, the original game isn't even readily available anymore. It's more or less abandonware at this point, especially when the PS3 store is about to shut down for good, so you can't get FES anymore from that place. And then when you try to get a physical copy, you may as well be paying for American healthcare. But then when it comes to other versions like Reload, it's fucking everywhere. It's on all modern consoles and PC, but not the PS2 game. And as a result, people are just gonna end up buying that version more because no one is going to pay an arm and a leg for an old ass game. And if they really want to play the game, they're gonna have to get a forever demo version of the game. And at this point, I wouldn't even say that Persona 3 is being replaced anymore. No, I would say that it was rather rewritten. Because what we've literally have just seen is the rewriting of history, where Reload is now Persona 3. And I wouldn't even put it past Atlus if rewriting history was the case for their intention regarding Reload's time in the spotlight and the changes they have made. Since for some reason, there's a trend in Japanese game studios right now where the creators are encouraging people to play the remake only and skip the original game. I think Reload is truly just a pattern of a greater problem when it comes to remakes, rewriting what the original game was, and I don't think this will be the last. But now, after realizing all the flaws of Reload itself and the influences behind the changes of this remake and the consequences that it has brought, especially because the mainstreaming part, I really cannot recommend the game in good faith. Not because Reload is a shitty game. It's a good standalone game, I'd say, if you don't have a reference for the original game for a comparison of quality. But there is just so many problems with how it executed its main narrative and gameplay experience that egged me for the entire video. But then when I saw the industrial patterns I've seen within the handling of Reload that I deem to be very fucking questionable, those eventually overshadow the good things that Reload has brought to the table for me. That's not even counting the fact that Atlus missed a massive opportunity to not only recapture the original game, but also add in the missing FEMC route so we could have, at the very least, a full fucking package. But nah, here's more modern audience crap. We're gonna transplant all the other elements from other successful games into this one and then erode that identity. And then you have to pay us $70 and then you won't even get the answer on launch day. And then you have to pay more for that. Oh yeah, we forgot about episode Aigis for this review, huh?
No, don't go!
No, don't go!
Yeah, that's for another time. Now I know what some people may be saying. I just want a good game. I don't care any of this industry mainstreaming crap. The quality of life additions and modern presentation is more than good enough for me. And I say that's fine. I'm not gonna argue with you, and I'm not gonna stop you from having fun with Reload. However, I will say their remake should not sacrifice what made the original game what it was and try to forget about it or make it mainstream in one way or another. And that some people may be more content with an unfiltered game compared to a filtered one. But ultimately, this goes to the shelf of shame right here. I just cannot stand the shady industrial stuff behind the remake bandwagon. That's just not okay in my books. Because I think that the old legacy for games should be a bit more respected rather than to be overwritten or sanded down or to be forgotten. Alright, so welcome to the end of the video. Yeah, that was a long fucking yap, wasn't it? Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed what we had to say. But before we sign off, we do have a few more things to talk about, especially regarding Atlus's future, because it looks like with this remake train that they're going on, especially regarding P4 Revival, I don't think that they're ever gonna stop making remakes of old games. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I am concerned that they're gonna make the same mistakes they did with Reload, because it looks like they're gonna do the same thing with Persona 4 Revival, especially regarding the sanitizations that they were going to make. Like we already saw promises about changing things regarding to Yosuke and Kanji, which we already know about, you know, regarding their controversial nature. But not only that, but we also have a bunch of other things that seems to be derivative of their past censorship examples, such as with Risei's little swimsuit competition turning into an idol thing.
That's some bullshit.
Which means that they can change that and then potentially Adachi's character.
You were getting pretty cozy with that Namatame, so I'm not good enough for you. Well, I know how to deal with girls like you. God, these high school girls today. This world's gone straight to shit.
Yeah, potentially Adachi's character as well. But first with Risei, the thing is with Risei is that if they were able to change that, Toki Mirage style, what's gonna stop them from changing the dungeons theme? Which is also a part of Risei's character, mind you. I don't need to explain this much further. Like I said, with all this censorship, they all affect context. It affects Yosuke's context, affects Kanji's context, and it will affect Risei's context.
Like, these changes might just be for the worst, and they might just fuck up entire character meanings, you know? You don't know how deep these changes go.
Yeah, it will go deep because, you know, for example with Yosuke, he's supposed to be like that. He's supposed to be an immature teenager. Of course, it's gonna be like hurting some homophobic remarks because that's literally just how teenagers are, especially in 2008, and especially when he's just shooting the shit with the bros. That's literally just fucking banter. They're just talking shit to one another. So why are we forcing character behavior changes just because Westerners are offended by some of his remarks? None of these guys will survive trash talking in the Philippines. I will tell you that fucking much. And then shit, this may even fucking revive that stupid Naoto discourse where for some reason people think that Naoto is trans when she is not. Oh man, considering Atlus's bending the knee attitude towards transphobia accusations and shit, oh boy. Imagine if they actually did make her trans to make those fucking people happy. So there goes my big titty tomboy girlfriend. Yeah, about the tonal change, we don't even know what's gonna happen with the murder mystery, but considering the age rating is gonna get dropped and considering that they did tone down the dark stuff in fucking Reload, who's gonna stop them? Who's gonna stop them with this?
That entire murder mystery aspect just got dumbed down. and just toned down into oblivion. And it's not going to be as dark as it used to be.
And remember, all this because Atlus now wants to cater to the mainstream. Because with the catering to the mainstream stuff, it looks like they're not gonna stop. They already proven time and time again they want to cater to the wider audience, make their games less offensive, make it more marketable as possible. For fuck's sakes, they're even having a lot of collabs now and a bunch of marketing campaigns just to make their game to be more of a brand.
Atlus isn't trying to make games anymore just to make games, and they want to make the Persona series more of a brand at this point.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
with the potential Persona 1 and 2 remakes that is going to go into development soon, probably, those games are going to become a brand too, considering what we've seen so far.
And then they're gonna sanitize the shit out of them.
Yeah, I mean, considering they have the funny German man, yeah, he might just be censored as well. I mean, he was already censored in the PSP version, but they're probably going to tone it down even more. And all the sexual jokes, those are going to be toned down too. And Nanjo.
Especially how Nanjo is like. Nanjo is literally the fucking Sigma male of Japan. Even in their collabs, Atlus wants to be as least offensive as possible, especially with their Nikkei shit. The fun thing there is that they literally are begging the creators of Nikkei to censor their own designs. They literally desexualize their Persona girls in a game about gooning. You got me fucking joking.
Take your best shot, flat woman.
Tangents, I just wanted to bring that shit up because branding marketing shit is a contributing factor for sanitizing their games, since that is a sign of Atlus becoming more mainstream. And they're not gonna stop with that, among many other contributing factors. But enough about censorship concerns, how about the technical shit? Well, I must say that the graphics in the dungeon and the UI do look good for now. But then when you have the other graphical issues, like how I said with the with how the overworld in this game is, with how it flat out just looks unfinished, with how the lighting just looks so unnatural in the game, where certain areas just has like no proper fucking shadow to shade the environment, or how colors can just overblown the fucking screen at times. Hey, that's kinda like Reload. It just gives the game a plasticky and unfinished feel. That's not even getting to how portraits look quite bad with how it has less details and highlights, which makes them feel quite lacking compared to the old version. Then when you combine both of those portraits and graphics together, well shit, it just contributes in making the game kind of feel less graphically consistent in quality compared to the retro versions. That's not even mentioning the other technical issues that we may see down the line, since it is an outsourced project after all. So despite Atlus having supervision over it, and with just how outsourcing your work is, we may see more issues down the line in the fucking future. And honestly, after seeing the patterns of censorship and tech issues in Revival, that honestly just makes us not that optimistic about the future of Atlus Remix at all. We can already see signs of questionable shit before launch, so we have every right to be as skeptical as we are about it, since it feels like it's just gonna be like Reload again, just with a different coat paint, but be potentially worse due to some of P4's controversial themes are more controversial than Persona 3. According to the West, that is. Well, at least the dialogue events won't be as fucked as Reload at the very least. But regardless, time will tell the rest. But I hope our perspectives have helped certain people open their minds more about Atlus's remakes, or like what happened with Persona 3 Reload and their current state. But anyways, that's all we have to say. I'm sorry if the video is a bit scuffed, but that'll be all. Please do whatever the algorithm wants to do, I guess, like and subscribe, not only to me but also to my friend here who helped me along with this journey, because this took a long time. I'll see you guys next time. Take care everyone and have a wonderful day.
I'll see you guys next time.
Alright, roll the credits.